Hello, and welcome to this, our 154th live stream. A brief question of logic. This, of course, is April is Logic Month here on the channel, and this is where we talk about questions of logic, uh, just as a special tutorial for apologists, educators, and people who are into biblical studies, because I know training in logic and critical thinking is not what it used to be in the universities. So, we have dedicated this month to Logic Month, and if you want to see our brief introduction to logic, go watch that Monday release. Okay. Now, a couple pieces of housekeeping business. The first one is we have already done our first Assassin's Creed Origin live stream, and it was interesting. Really, really interesting. We're going to do part 2 this Tuesday at 4 p.m. Pacific time. We hope you can all make it. The other thing is that registration is open again for our tour, March 2025 to Egypt. And last week we premiered the trailer to the tour, and we'll show it here once more so that you can all get a look at it. And we can hope you all can sign up and join us on the tour, because it'll be epic. You think the live stream for the live play for Assassin's Creed Origin is epic? Just imagine going to Egypt itself. How epic that would be. So here we go. We're going to show the trailer.
Join Egyptologist Dr. David Folk for a 9-day Egypt in the Bible tour departing on March 10th, 2025. Dr. David Folk earned his PhD and 3 master's degrees. His research is focused on the history and rituals of ancient Egypt, the Old Testament and the Exodus, chronology and digital humanities, and origins. Throughout the Bible, Egypt played a powerful role. From Genesis all the way to Revelation, explore its ancient wonders in Cairo and at the pyramids of Giza and the Great Sphinx. Among impressive archaeology, you'll also explore the Museum of Egyptian Antiquities, home to over 120,000 ancient Egyptian artifacts. From there, a chartered flight will take you south to places like Memphis, Saqqara, Dashur, Aswan, Luxor, and Karnak Temple. See the unfinished obelisk, stroll through the Valley of Kings and Queens, explore the Luxor Museum, discover the remains of an ancient Israelite village, and more. With so much still left to explore, be sure to register for the Mount Sinai and Red Sea pre-tour or Egypt Revealed post-tour extension. Relax on the Red Sea, join the optional tour to St. Catherine's Monastery, or climb Mount Sinai, where Moses received the 10 Commandments. The choice is yours. You can also dive deeper into ancient Egypt on the Egypt Revealed post-tour extension. Travel to Central Egypt, where you will see the masterpieces of Egyptian art and history. View the tombs of Beni Hassan, the unique Mihdam Pyramid, and monuments of Ramses II. Don't let this chance to explore the ancient lands of Egypt and the Bible with Egyptologist Dr. David Folk pass you by. Learn more and book your tour by calling 888-431-7209 or visit www.jcbs.org.
Okay, so there you have it, the trailer to the up-and-coming tour in March. Again, as we said, we hope you all can join us. Okay, now the reason you're here tonight, of course, is to get in on the questions which we normally take on Friday nights on Ancient Egypt and the Bible. Again, we are going to go through the rules here very, very briefly. First rule is super chats have priority. No question there. But we do take non-super chats too. Those non-super chats have to begin with a Q and a colon. Doesn't have a Q and a colon. It doesn't exist. We don't see it. And it might as well not even be there. Okay, that's how we tell what you're asking people in the chat versus what you're asking me directly. The third rule is only post your question once. Okay, if you post it multiple times, we disqualify it for the entire session. Okay, that's because we don't want to encourage question spamming. The next rule is that if it has to do with a verse in the Bible or a word in an ancient language, we need a little context. For something in the Bible, we need what book it's in, what chapter, what verse. If it has to do with an ancient language, what language you think it is in and what you think it means, just so we can narrow it down. And finally, any super chats that come in after 11 p.m. will receive a thank you, but we will not answer the question that night or at all, just because we have to draw this to a close sometime. And tonight we are already starting with over 30 super chats. Okay, so we're in for a busy night already. So if we get a super chat after 11 p.m., we'll thank you, say thank you for support of the channel, but we won't answer any question associated with it. We just don't have the time for that. Okay? Yes, that's 11 p.m. Pacific. Okay? So you still got a couple hours to get it in, but don't delay. All right. So with that said, let's start getting into the questions. I'm going to start the night here with 3 non-super chats. The first one is from Sovar, and he asks, is there anything in particular you expect biblical archaeology never to discover? Yes, I expect our biblical archaeology to never discover the Ark of the Covenant. Okay? Even if it exists, which I doubt, I don't think it exists, I think it was destroyed by Nebuchadnezzar II, I think that the Ark of the Covenant will never be discovered. Not by biblical archaeologists. It's one of those artifacts that has been foretold never to come to mind again. So, and that's in the book of Jeremiah. So, that's one I think that if people are trying to discover it, it's a fool's errand. A fool's errand. Because the Bible has told us it's not going to be recovered. Okay? So that's the one that I particularly think will never be rediscovered. Okay? So, Gaius Octavius, no! Ron Wyatt said he found it. But Ron Wyatt was a liar. And a crook. And a false prophet. And a heretic. Okay, so let's put that one to rest. Okay, so that's one I would think is never going to be rediscovered by biblical archaeology, just plainly put, and that's because the Bible itself is telling us that it'll never be rediscovered. Okay, the second non-super chat here is from James Chandler, FOTS, and he asks, in live number 153, you had mentioned that the king of Israel would kill their siblings to end threats. Did the king ever exile a brother instead? Okay, what I said was Mesopotamian kings. And a lot of kings of the ancient Near East, like Ottoman kings would do this. Egyptian kings didn't do this, typically. What typically happened to siblings in Egypt was dad, while he was still on the throne, would sort of shuffle them off into other occupations. So basically, if you were a brother, chances are what would happen is they'd even send you off to scribe school to become an administrator, or they'd send you off to the military, where you'd become a soldier or a charioteer. Depends where your aptitudes were, but they generally shipped you off to do other things. Okay? So, Egypt had a much more humane approach to the siblings of a king than it did to, say, than the Mesopotamians did. Okay? So Egyptians didn't do this, but, say, the kings of Mesopotamia would do this. Yeah, okay, I can see why. The Romans did apparently too, according to Slam RN. But the Egyptians themselves didn't do this. It wasn't something the Egyptians did. They were just. It was too easy just to send them to scribe school, essentially. Send him off to military college. I mean, that's what happened to Merneptah. Merneptah was the 13th son. He never expected to come to the throne. His father, Ramses II, shipped him off to the military, where he became a general. Yeah, quite like the life. So, this was the last guy who ever expected to get the throne. And when you're 13th in line, there's no. So, and frankly, with 52 brothers running around all over Egypt, it's kind of difficult to knock them all off at that point. I mean, it's not like Mesopotamian royalty, where Mesopotamian royalty, all the brothers were in the same castle. Okay, in Egypt, they were distributed. They moved those princes all over the place. So yeah, it was a little more difficult to knock off your siblings back then too, in Egypt, just because they were usually in places of importance, in governance, and it just wasn't feasible. And frankly, unless you were in that direct line of succession, you really weren't a viable option to become king anyway. So, no, they didn't all get together for Christmas dinner. A brother was not seen as a viable successor to the throne, even in a line of succession. So, I mean, the line of succession basically ran like this: the son of the Great Queen. The first son of the Great Queen couldn't inherit, died. Then it's the second sons, the succeeding sons of the Great Queen, and then sons of minor queens after that. Then after that was usually important viziers or generals. Brothers weren't even considered in the line of succession. So because brothers weren't even considered in the line of succession for the Egyptian throne, it wasn't an issue. Every brother knew he had no shot at the throne. So only a handful of brothers ever did succeed the throne. And that's usually only because there was no children of the king that could succeed. An important one, for example, was Jedefre, the successor of King Khufu. Jedefre died, no kids at all. So Menkaure succeeded. Sorry, not Menkaure, Khafre. Khafre succeeded. And again, that's because there was no children at all to succeed. So it's only in those rare circumstances where there's no children at all that, there was any possibility of succession for a brother. Okay. So that covers that question. Our third non-super chat here is from Joshua Samuel Hamilton. And he asks, what type of cross was Jesus' cross? An emissa, a commissa, a simplex, or X-shaped? Okay. Let's explain what these are. Okay. An emissa is your Latin cross. So the crossbar is a little ways down from the top. A commissa is sometimes called a tau cross. The crossbeam is adjacent to the very top, and it forms kind of a capital T shape. A simplex is just a stake, and a X shape is sort of just, as it says, an X cross, which you're sort of splayed out on. Okay. Now, it's not a simplex. Okay, that much we can eliminate right there, because the Greek here uses the term staros, which is where we get asterism or star. Okay, so it's gotta have more than one tine. Okay, the second thing is a simplex cross is the beam would be too heavy, and the beam that Christ would carry would be the cross beam, not the vertical beam. Okay, so the horizontal beam is what Christ would have carried as when carrying his cross. So that really leaves the Latin cross or the emissa versus the Tau cross or Camissa. Okay, and we're not exactly sure which one it is. It could even be something in between. We do know that, for example, the charges against Christ were nailed to the top of the cross. So it's probably not a true Tau cross in the respect that there had to be some room at the top to see the charges that were nailed on it. But it also might not be a Emissa as well. Okay, so it could be something in between an Emissa and Camissa. Okay. The Latin cross or the Tau cross. So, anyway, Cody McGee, who is this guy? I know it's not Dr. Falk. He has glasses. He's also incredibly nearsighted. Too much reading. And the prescription on these glasses they're fine when I'm walking out on the street, but they cause a little bit of eye strain when I'm up against the computer here. So I mostly don't wear them when I'm out of the computer here. Okay. So, anyway. Mama, my favorite Falk is Falk Smash. That's an interesting addition to channel lore. Okay, so that covers what type of cross was Jesus' cross. Probably something between the Emissa and the Camissa. Exactly which one, we can't say for sure, but it's one of the two. Okay. Our first super chat here of the night comes from the Vermin Trash Rat for $5. Thank you for the super chat. What are some of your criticisms concerning postmodernism? More specifically, the sort of Marxist idea of social constructs and skeptical subjectivity. Okay. There are sort of three aspects. Well, it's more than that. There's several aspects to postmodernity that I think are very interesting. You do have that idea of social constructs. And you do have that idea of skeptical subjectivity. Okay, now that goes without saying. That's really sort of off base. But there's also an idea too. It also bleeds into the whole idea of, say, physics as well, which is it tends to be indeterminate. So whereas, say, modernity, which owes its sort of pedigree to Isaac Newton and presents us with a mechanical worldview, postmodernity presents us with a indeterminate worldview, i.e., that not all results come from the apparent causes. So, whereas modernity does not mesh well with quantum mechanics, postmodernity meshes very well with quantum mechanics. Also, postmodernity has given us the whole idea of meta-narrative as well, which I think is really actually an advance from modernity. Whereas modernity will say, okay, the face value interpretation of what's going on is the truth. Postmodernity will say, yeah, you got that face value, but you also have got this underlying meta-narrative that gives you an underlying truth as well. So, postmodernity is not complete garbage, okay? But there is parts of it that are garbage. The Marxist idea of social constructs is garbage, okay? It's based upon an idea of wishy-washy blurring of categories that's really sort of philosophically flaccid. Also, the idea that skeptical subjectivity, there is no truth. You know, that whole idea is just complete. It's a crock, and it's a badly formed crock. Okay? So there's things about postmodernity that are good, things about that are bad. I think what's going to end up happening as far as the fate of postmodernity is a new sort of synthesis is going to arise that's going to eventually keep the good and discard the bad. It might take 100 years to do this, but I think there is, I think there is definitely, it's already moving in that direction. Already, philosophers are distancing themselves from Derrida, and are starting to look at different venues. I mean, you look at, for example, continental philosophy. They've already moved past this. They're already. I mean, it's only here in, say, America and, say, the British schools that are still sort of married to postmodernity in this way. So, I think it's just a matter of time before, and really the European schools do sort of lead the pack on this stuff ultimately. So, but I think you've pretty much identified the two major problems with postmodernity anyway, which is that social construct and that skeptical subjectivity. But it's not the only aspect of postmodernity either. Okay, so anyway, I hope that helped. Thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciated. Next super chat is from the Vermin Trash Rat for $2. Thank you very much for the super chat. What are your thoughts on epistemic particularism? Okay, that's a mouthful. Okay. It's part of an ongoing debate between epistemic particularism and epistemic Methodism. Okay? We're not talking about Methodism as in the religious sense, okay? So, let's define these terms. The idea of epistemic particularism is that you can know something is true before that belief is justified. Whereas, say, epistemic Methodism is the idea that if you know P, then you need a criteria Q that justifies P. So with epistemic Methodism, you have to know that something is justified to claim you know this. The problem here is that epistemic Methodism comes out of scientific naturalism. But the problem with scientific naturalism and is that the claim of scientific naturalism as the only source of knowledge is dubious at best. For example, where epistemic particularism shines is in moral or non-empirical knowledge. So let me give you an example here. You can know that murder is wrong without being able to justify it at all. You don't need to justify that belief to know that that's true. Okay? It's something that's sort of built into every human being. So here's the thing with epistemic particularism. It relies on a set of knowledge that is innate to human beings, that we just have as part of our sense, even if we've never been trained in it. Even so. So that's the thought here. Is I think there's warrant for epistemic particularism. So the whole justified true belief may be justified in a particular way that doesn't require a premise. So that's my thoughts on epistemic particularism. I think there's definite warrant to it. I think it's generally the right way to. I mean, it's much when you talk about classes of knowledge that are beyond scientific naturalism, you pretty much have to go into that area of epistemic particularism. Otherwise, you're sort of fishing around then for what is your warrant for it. And that can get really dicey real fast. So, anyway, I hope that helps. Thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciated. Okay, the next super chat here is from the Vermin Trash Rat for $5. Thank you for the super chat. How can we know what is true and what is not true? Wow. Even though we can't know anything is 100% true or not true, I asked due to our age of postmodernism. Okay. This is not something that's even restricted to postmodernity. You know, these are questions that go back thousands of years. You know, they go back to Socrates. So how can you know with 100% certainty that something is true or not? Answer is you can't. There is nothing that you can say that you can know is 100% true. You know, philosophers have been struggling with this question forever. So then what happens is not that there's no truth, but that other mechanisms have to come into play here. We can have confidence that something is true. Probably that's going to be the buzzword of the night is confidence. Okay? What is confidence? Okay? You can have confidence that something is true based on 75% probability. But what fills in the other 25%? It's faith. It's faith. You have faith that whatever what is probably true is true. Confidence even comes from that Latin etymology, confide, with faith. You know, I get it. I snort and giggle every time I hear an atheist, you know, talk about, you know, how they don't have faith, but they have confidence. Wait, what? You don't have faith, but you got confidence? Huh? What? What you talking about there? Confide, with faith. That's confidence. So, even though we can't know that something is 100% true, you know, we can have sufficiently good idea that something is true, and then just trust for the rest. That's perfectly acceptable. And, you know, it works in everyday life. I am holding up a flashlight. Okay? I am confident that this is a flashlight. Okay, it's not a flashlight. It's a cloud of protons, electrons, and neutrons. That's what it really is. It's not a solid object. It's 99.999% empty space. But I have confidence it's a flashlight. And when I turn it on, I have confidence it has light's going to come out of the end of it. Okay? Do I know absolutely for certain that flashlight will turn on when I need it? No. No, I do not have 100% certainty of that. The batteries might have run out. The chip driving the LED might have burnt out. But based upon past experience, I have faith that it's going to turn on in the future. Wow, look at that. Faith warranted. Oh, amazing. Okay? So, you can't know that anything is 100% true or 100% not true. Because we're living in a stochastic world, a world of probabilities. But probability plus faith will get you most of the way. You'll still get a man to the moon, yeah. Cody McGahee. I don't know, I'm not sold on the existence of flashlights. There are people who really have that approach to skepticism. You know, I hate to say it, but it is true that, yeah, that's, that kind of skepticism is out there. Yeah, it's 99.9% probable. but I'm not gonna believe it. Woo! Woo! Okay. So anyway, thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciated. Okay, and then he asks a completely different question for $2. Thank you for the super chat. What are your thoughts on the Heaven's Gate cult? Okay. The Heaven's Gate cult is a UFO cult, essentially. It was founded by Applewhite and Nettle in the 1970s. It had been around for a long time. It's essentially a crude mix of Christian apocalypse, monasticism, and essentially ascended New Age concepts, like ascended mastery. Okay, and it's the belief that you have to live a certain life and believe certain things to ascend to the next spiritual level. So you deny the flesh, for example. Members of the Heaven's Gate cult, if you were male, you had to be castrated because sex was not permitted in the cult. Ouch. They're most famous for their mass suicide in 1994 when the Hale-Bopp comet came by, and the comet was seen as the heavenly gate closing. So if you wanted to become an ascended master, and we'll probably talk a little bit more about ascended masters when we talk about theosophy a little later. But if you wanted to become an ascended master and rise to the next spiritual level, you had to basically commit suicide before that comet passed by. Now, with that said, this cult still exists. Okay? It did rename itself to Higher Source, but then changed its name back to Heaven's Gate. It's still around. You know, one of the things we have learned about groups like Heaven's Gate and even the Branch Davidian is it's a lot easier to start a cult than to end a cult. Okay? Yeah, Heaven's Gate's still around. Branch Davidian is still around. A lot of these suicide cults are still around. You know, it's just one of those things that just we've learned in the study of new religious movements is they stick around forever. So, yeah, not a Christian group. They're a cult. They were dangerous cults. Still. And they were a suicide cult and a UFO cult. Okay? So, anyway, thank you very much for the super chat. But that's my opinion on them. Definitely not a Christian cult. Not a Christian group in any sense of the word. Okay. Vermin in the Trash Rat for $1. Thank you for the super chat. Is it true you have a black belt? If so, do you have anything interesting stories to share with us? Oh, Dr. Falk. It's complicated. Complicated. That's all I'm going to say. Do I have any interesting stories? Yes. Am I going to share them with you? No. Okay. So anyway, thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciated. Okay, next one here. Vermin the Trash Rat for $1. What is love? Also, please don't hurt me. What is love? That's a fine question. There was a book I remember. I had this book. It was almost entitled that. What is love? a views from Socrates, Christ, and Freud. And it took like these three different sort of opposing views of what is love. So it's a really difficult thing to describe in some ways, because in Christian circles, love is more of a choice than a feeling. One of the things we have to kind of understand that the whole idea of love changed radically in the late classical and early medieval period. From something that you just chose versus versus, say, something you felt. So this whole idea of love as a feeling is something that happens in late antiquity. But it's not something that you find in, say, the earlier Roman period, or even during Christianity. It's more of that you choose to do somebody good. That's love, in sort of the Christian sense, is that you've made a choice to do good to others. Okay? So when you love your neighbor, you choose to do good to your neighbor. It's not a feeling. When you love your enemy, you choose to do good to your enemy. Not that you feel warm fuzzies towards your enemy. It is a choice to exercise goodness to your enemy. So that's love in a Christian sense of the term. And that seems to be very typical of, say, what love meant in that first century era. As I say, you're not going to start seeing that love as a feeling thing until much later in antiquity. Okay? So, anyway, I hope that helped, and I hope that didn't hurt you. Okay? Okay, next rat. Trash Rat again for $2. Thank you for the super chat. What are your thoughts on theosophy? Theosophy is a spiritualist movement started by Blavatsky in the 19th century. It's sort of, in many ways, the granddaddy of other spiritualist movements. Some occult movements, New Age movements, all that sort of gets its start from theosophy. Now, in theosophy, you've really got it's a Western manifestation of Eastern imported religion. So, Blavatsky is the name, okay? Let's see, how's it spelled? Blatvasky. Okay. So in theosophy, you've got ideas of karma, reincarnation, and ascended mastery. Okay. Now, what's ascended mastery? We've already touched on this a bit with the Heaven's Gate. Okay. Ascended mastery is the idea that human souls, if they live a good enough and spiritual enough life, they ascend to become powerful, mighty teachers. Okay? So, in theosophy, like, for example, Abraham is ascended master. Jesus Christ is an ascended master. Gautama is an ascended master. Other religious figures like what's his name now? Shiva, ascended master. All of these important religious figures are ascended masters. Now, the importance to theosophy is that you can channel or contact ascended masters. And as a part of theosophy, you can contact them and they will give you information you need to show you the right spiritual path to take so that you can become an ascended master yourself. Info addict. Wonder if Muhammad made it to the list. Probably not. No. Muhammad seems to have been excluded from a lot of these ascended master lists. Brahma is on the list. Buddha is on the list. Muhammad was not invited to the party. Not most of the time. Milo asks, since we're on the subject of cults, which one is your favorite? That is, how interesting do you find it? For me, the weirder the cult, the more interesting. I think weird cults are really interesting. Okay? That's why for a long time I was really fascinated with Mormonism, because it was just a strange cult. Okay? Story haystack, okay? Nowadays, I find the vampire cults to be very interesting. Much more interesting than vampire cults now. Okay, vampire cults I find are just incredibly interesting. Like the House of Sujaza, very interesting cult. The UUVP, very interesting cult. Oh yeah, there are still vampire cults. Now, one of the things about vampire cults is they tend to be very short-lived. They don't live very long. They just sort of kind of disintegrate. They rise up quickly, they flourish for a small time, and then they sort of fall apart. Mama says, I knew he was going to say vampire cults. Well, they're fascinating. They're really interesting. And there is a continuity between them, which is also really interesting. Even though a lot of these cults don't have the same beginnings, they sort of come together to the same conclusions, which is really fascinating. There's a continuity among vampire cults. You mean the ones that start from, say, Wicca, and you got ones that start from, say, Luciferian Satanism. They end up in the same place, which is, as I said, super interesting. So just by having similar orthopraxis, praxis in the groups. So these groups tend to, even though they don't come from the same epistemological roots or religious roots, they'll end up in the same destination because the practices are so similar. The whole psychic vampire thing. Most of them practice psychic vampirism. Well, okay. Yeah, I'm not saying that vampirism is the same as Wicca, okay? I'm not saying that at all. But there are vampire groups that came out of Wicca. Okay? Just like there are vampire groups that came out of Satanism. There's vampire groups that came out of Gnosticism. There's dozens of different origins of these vampire groups. Okay? So they're not all the same. Okay? But they end up in the same location. I'm not saying vampirism is the same as Wicca. Okay? Mama asked the question, psychic vampirism is like life force? Yeah, it's very similar to life force. No, so think of it this way. It's like Oral Roberts, when he heals you, okay? He puts out his hand and he says, "You are healed." And he's putting energy in you. Psychic vampirism is kind of the opposite. It's like, I'm sucking the life out of you. Okay? That's psychic vampirism. Okay? Alexis asks, do they munch on each other's blood? Yes, some of them do. It's usually in very tiny amounts, usually about a thimbleful. And it's usually then mixed with wine. Because one of the things about blood is it's very hard on the stomach. So when they do go sanguineous. This is what's called going sanguineous. So they go when they go sanguineous, they will tend to at that point drink a very small amount of blood. As I say, usually a thimbleful, and it's usually mixed with wine, usually red wine, and then consume that way. Just makes it easier to drink. Okay. All right. So with that said, we've covered here theosophy and my favorite cult, which is cults, which are the vampire cults. Yeah, let's go on. The next one here is from Trash Rat for $5. The bonbon questions above, I'm sponsoring 5 of them, $1 per question. However, you, Dr. Falk, get to choose which 5 to answer. Unfortunately, we had a power outage, and I lost the bonbons questions. I was able to recover your super chat, not the bonbon questions. Okay. YouTube keeps track of all the super chats, so super chats are never lost. But regular non-super chats can be lost. If Bonbon is on, he is free to repost the questions, and we will take 5 of his questions as he comes on. From the Trash Rat. No! Oops. Haystack, you should go back to interest in Mormonism. The vampires are yucky. But they're so interesting. They're so interesting. Especially when they start using Egyptian symbolism in really weird and funky ways. I can't help but love the vampire cults. Plus, they also have the best nightclubs, okay? Come on. I mean, you haven't lived till you've been to a vampire nightclub. Very strange, mind you. Very strange, but they've much better music than you find at Mormon sock hops, okay? Sorry, Mormon sock hops are kind of lame. Lame. They haven't lived either. Alexis, vampire nightclub? Oh yeah, they will do nightclubs. And in fact, they will rent a little place. They'll charge you a small entrance fee, like $5-10. It's not much usually, and you'll see the whole sort of goth get-ups there, and sometimes they will practice psychic vampirism in there. They try to keep the sanguineous stuff down to a minimum, but the music's fantastic. It almost sounds like the soundtrack oftentimes to like what's that vampire movie from the 1980s, the one with no, the one that was actually in Santa Cruz. They called it Santa Clarita. Lost Boys. Yes. Lost Boys. It's like you're hearing the soundtrack to Lost Boys. Okay. Yeah, it's yeah, yeah. Lost Boys was fun. They've made 3 Lost Boys films now. Really, woo. Really strange, but okay. But the music, I mean, you go to a vampire club, it's very much of the music there is of the same sort of mood that you would get from the Lost Boys soundtrack. It's that sort of kind of music. So I mean, fascinating. It's a fascinating cultural experience. Wouldn't recommend it, but again, if you're going to study this stuff, you kind of have to sort of get into that. All right. So we've rabbit trailed enough there. Next one here from a Trash Rat for $1. Thank you. Hey, Dr. Falk, I do not wish to be a bother, but can you pray for me and Mrs. Trash Rat? To give you a basic understanding, we are being persecuted by our own family members for being Christian, and that's unfortunately happens from time to time. So I would say that, yeah, that's tough. That's really tough when you're persecuted by your family for it. We prayed for you and Mrs. Trash Rat prior to the live stream. We usually pray before the live stream. So we bring up concerns of our community at that time to the Lord. And we have been praying for both of you, and we hope that things improve for you. So anyway, thank you very much for Super Chat, and you are being prayed for. Next Super Chat from Vermin the Trash Rat for $5. Thank you for the Super Chat. What are some good book recommendations which build great arguments against all other major world religions such as Buddhism, Sikhism, Hinduism, etc.? That's difficult to answer. I think it's important to get a emic view of these things. So understand what they argue from the inside, rather than looking for arguments on the surface. So here's what I would suggest, is get a good book on world religions. Okay? Now, I don't know, I can't recommend one for you here. There's lots of them out there. I don't teach on world religions, so I can't recommend one for you because I'm not into it. I have a book on world religions that's probably now 30 years old. This kind of goes back to how old the thing is. So many of these books are published on introductory text to world religions. They're really easy to find. You know, just go to some college course somewhere, see what they're teaching on world religions and what they recommend for a textbook. Okay, and that's probably where you want to start. Just understand what they believe. Understand what they believe, why they believe it. If you understand that, the arguments sort of come naturally, and they come a little later. Okay? So, this is why I wouldn't recommend. You might need a book on specific religions. And here's where I would say, too. This is one of those sort of things where, say, a specific treatment is better than a introductory text. Okay? So if you have a particular interest in one of the world religions, Buddhism, Sikhism, Hinduism, Islam, go to a specific, and you need arguments for or against. It's good to know the arguments for, too. Go to specific treatments. Don't depend on... Basically, those world religions textbooks are only there to give you a primer, to give you a basic understanding, not to sort of flesh out the apologetics one way or the other. But and they're not always emic either. So they're usually quite the opposite. So that doesn't tell you the experience from the inside, and that inside experience can be very, very valuable. Okay. Like I remember there was a book done just on Buddhism. It was fantastic. I don't remember the name of it. It was years ago. But it was just a book on Buddhism. So that's what I would recommend, is specific treatments. Not trying to just a one and done. You're not going to get a one and done that does this sufficiently well. Okay? Brian Dylan Briggs recommends Douglas Groothuis, as written on Hinduism and New Age stuff. Yeah, he's done a pretty good treatment of that. But again, it's going to depend on the specific belief system involved. AT Ministry says, very good comment. As a former Muslim, you got to take each religion case by case. Absolutely dead on. Each religion has a ton of texts and doctrines that one work won't cover them all. Agreed. Absolutely agreed. You really do need to take these on a case-by-case basis. And there's lots of books on any particular religious system. Okay? Both those four give arguments for and against. Okay? So anyway, I hope that helped. Thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciated. The next super chat here is from the Trash Rat for $2. What is the meaning of Ephesians 3, 8-10? Oh, let's look up and find out. Bible here. Ephesians. Ephesians 3, 8-10. Okay. To me, it's starting at verse 8. Actually, let's start at verse 6, because I think that will actually be... To be specific, that the Gentiles are fellow heirs and specific members of the bodies, and partakers of the promise in Christ through the gospel, of which I was made a minister according to the gift of God's grace, which was given to me according to the work of power. To me, the very least of all saints, this grace was given to preach to the Gentiles the unfathomable riches of Christ, and to bring to light what is the administration of the mystery for the ages has been hidden in God who created all things, in order that manifold wisdom of God might now be made known through the church to the rulers and the authorities in the heavenly places. All right. What is the meaning of Ephesians 3, verses 8-10? That the mysteries of God, as found in the Old Testament, is now unveiled for all to see, Jew and Gentile. You know, it's one of those things that it had been hidden. It had been hidden, wrapped up in cultural affectation. Now it's exposed to everyone. The mystery of the power of the gospel is universal. It reaches all people, all cultures, all civilizations. This idea of the mysterion, and when you see the word mystery, it is almost always associated with the church. This really, thing that shouldn't be a thing, but is a thing. They're this collective group that works together as in spiritual unison. It shouldn't be a thing, but it works. So that's sort of what Ephesians 3, 8-10 is driving at here. Is that these unfathomable riches of Christ, these spiritual gifts, the power of Christ, and it's to bring to light the mysterion, the church for the ages. Thing that had been hidden before is now revealed, now is made known. And it's made known to everyone, whether earthly or heavenly, for all to see. So that's what's going on in Ephesians 3, verses 8-10. Thank you very much for the super chat, and I hope that helps. Here is from Craft Red again for $1. Thank you for the super chat. This is a follow-up from my books that build a case against other religions question. Do you know any YouTube channels or apologists who dive deeply into these issues? I know, for example, David Wood goes in, and even Robert Rowe of Sentinel Apologetics has been going really deep right now into, say, Islamic apologetics. Okay, but I think there's a huge deficit here. I think this is one of those areas which could use better treatment, more treatment. Okay, so here's what I would say. I think we should have channels that are dedicated to reaching Buddhists and Sikhs and people who are in, say, Gardnerian religions or Wicca. I think there's a neo-paganism. I think there's a lot of opportunity here. There's a lot of opportunity for people to, like, for example, if someone was to start doing a apologetic channel to Hindus, I think that'd be fantastic. We don't have that at the moment here on YouTube. At least not in any significant degree. We need more of this. Right now, because of the way Islam has sort of intersected with the West, we do see probably an inordinate focus upon Islam to, say, the detriment of other apologetics approaches. So I think this is one of those cases where we could be doing better. Definitely be doing better. But somebody has to be called to do it. And until someone is called to do it, I think that's just one of those areas that's going to remain unfulfilled. Yeah, you can't do this just to get attention. I'll say that. Don't go into apologetics if you want attention. That's the wrong sort of it's simony. Yeah, it's simony. Yeah. Don't do it for attention seeking. Have the right motives. And the motives should be that you care about these people. Okay? If you don't care about these people, you shouldn't be in it. Okay? But it's just not hasn't gotten a lot of attention in recent years. It just hasn't gotten a lot of attention in recent years, and there's a lot of lacuna right now in the YouTube space. Okay? A lot of lacuna in the YouTube space. Oh, frankly, how many people are out there doing ancient Egypt and the Bible? One? One? But that's sort of what we have right now in the YouTube space. It's congested with a lot of duplicate function. A lot of duplicate function. So, okay, there's linguist ammo, but he's not really an Egyptologist. He's an Old Testament scholar. Okay, he's an Old Testament scholar. Okay. That's not to deny that linguist ammo's doing good things. I mean, Am is doing incredible work. Okay, I like his channel, and I pitch it whenever I can. But there is a lot of lacuna out there. A lot of it. And a lacuna is a hole. It's a hole. A hole that can be filled by information. An information hole. So, we got a lot of, say, channels that do, say, philosophical apologetics. Tons of them. We got tons of channels that do counter-apologetics, which we don't need. Which we need another one like a hole in the head, but that doesn't prevent them from sprouting out like weeds. Okay? But it's in between those spaces of apologetics and counter-apologetics where there's say, niches, holes that need to be addressed for the gospel. Okay, you know, I've seen some Jewish apologetics channels, fantastic. Those are great. And I've seen a lot of Islamic apologetics channels. That's great. I've seen, but there's a lot of other groups that don't get the same attention. Okay, so with that said, I can't really recommend too many here, but there are some out there. Okay, but you got to kind of look for them too. All right. Scholar with a sword for $5. Thank you for the super chat. He asks, where can I find scholarly articles on the ancient world and keep up with the latest excavations in Egypt and Levant? What books do you recommend? Okay, the latest stuff is always going to come in the journals. Okay, the academic journals. That's where you find the latest stuff. All right. The Bulletin of Azor has the latest stuff on the Levant. Okay? This is where you find the latest sort of information on, say, the Levant. Right? This one here is from November 2023, so the new one should be coming out soon if it hasn't already arrived. I don't know. But, so, this is where you find the latest research. The latest research is always going to be in the journals. For Egypt, you want the Journal of the American Research Center in Egypt. Now, the downside here is it's expensive. Okay, to have all those society memberships costs money. So it's one of those things that you pay $1,000 a year in society memberships to get a half dozen journals to get you on top of what's going on here. So this is why I don't normally recommend it, because it's so costly. Now, a lot of these people will put their journal articles on academia.edu once they've been published, but then it becomes now a matter of sifting out yes, mama, $1,000 a year. You heard that right. Yeah, yeah. That's what it costs to get that information. Okay, so that's why we appreciate those people who support that channel, because by supporting your channel, it's going right back into the work. So we appreciate that. As far as books, I wouldn't recommend a lot of books. For the latest, if you're looking for the latest stuff, books tend to be a couple years behind in most things. So you never get the latest stuff with books. You only get the latest stuff with journal articles. Okay? Gaius Octavius says, $100 a year seems like overkill. $1,000 a year seems like overkill. Well, that's only 5 societies. Well, that's only membership at 5 societies. That's it. Alexa says, give Falk your money so we don't have to spend that much. Well, that's one of the reasons why we do what we do, is we become an aggregator. We find the information that we think is most applicable to what our viewers want to see, and then we bring it to you. That's why we do these managed machine alerts. So you don't have to pay for the society memberships. You can get the articles, or at least see what the content of the articles is, and you'll also get an appraisal of it as well. So, okay. So basically, if you want to, get the latest scholarly articles, the best way is getting the journals, and it's expensive. Books are never going to be as recent as the articles. Okay, But anyway, I hope that helps. Thank you very much for the super chat. The other alternative you can do is you can get them on academia. Unfortunately, academia doesn't curate that for you. A lot of garbage now on academia, unfortunately. The next super chat here is from Tim Miara. He asks a member question. Some say Paul's apostleship was just like that of the 72 apostles from Luke 10:1. So he need not be part of the canon. How do you defend Paul's canonicity? Maybe if you could bring some additional insight from the church fathers, that would be helpful. I know Polycarp quotes Paul as scripture, but I don't know where I should read next. Oh, I got something for you. Okay, now let's take a quick look at Luke here. Let's take a look at Luke 10, verse 1. Okay. And Luke 10:1 says, after this, the Lord appointed 70 others and sent them two and two ahead of him to every city and place where he himself was going to come. Okay. Now, this is not Paul. Okay, Paul is not part of the 72. And the text here does not say apostles. It says others. Okay? So the text here for others is heteros. Okay? So it's heteros. It's others. It's not apostles. But these are more the followers of Christ. You know, you have within say the various circles around Christ. You have the 3, then you have the 12, then you got the 70. Okay, Paul is not in that sort of group here of the 70. For his apostleship, we go to 2 Peter, 3:15. This is a typical place where we go to talk about, say, the apostleship. Now, this is Peter writing. This is the apostle Peter writing. Let's start at verse 14. Therefore, beloved, since you look for these things, be diligent to be found by him in peace, spotless and blameless. And regard to the patience of our Lord to salvation, just as also our beloved brother Paul, according to the wisdom given him, wrote you. Who gave him the wisdom? There's that's implied that he's been given it in the Spirit. As also in all his letters, speaking in them of these things. What things? Salvation. Gospel of Jesus Christ. In which some things are hard to understand. Paul's a tough one even for Peter. Okay? Think about that. The Apostle Peter, one of the 3, is having a hard time understanding Paul in every aspect. Okay? And he goes on. Which the untaught and unstable distort, as they do also the rest of Scripture, to their own destruction. So, we also know that Paul was claimed to be an apostle that was, like Peter, at the Council of Jerusalem. So, there is apostolic warrant for Paul being an apostle. But, let's talk about the church fathers, because this has become a big deal recently with certain channels that will rename nameless here to not give them any more attention than they deserve. But there's been a whole ideas that the letters of Paul have been counterfeited. Now, you talk about Polycarp here. And Polycarp does mention a lot of the church fathers. But I want to bring you to an attention, and Polycarp wrote between 100 and 155 AD. But there's an earlier church father which I think is super interesting. Okay? And that is Clement. First Clement. And one of the interesting things about First Clement is he's mentioned in the Bible. Okay? See if I can find him here. He is actually mentioned in the Bible. Philippians. He is mentioned in Philippians chapter 4, verse 3. Okay? He is alive during the time of Paul. Okay? He is alive. He wrote in 90 AD, 26 years after the death of Paul. Okay? First Clement quotes Ephesians, Titus, Romans, Philippians, and First Corinthians. But there's also one little piece of text in First Clement that's incredibly fascinating. And I will bring it up here and we'll read it. This one right here. Fascinating piece of text. Chapter 47 of First Clement. Remember, this is written 90 AD, 26 years after the martyrdom of Paul. He says, take up the epistle of the blessed apostle Paul. What did he write to you at the time when the gospel first began to be preached? Truly under inspiration of the Spirit, he wrote to you concerning himself and Cephas and Apollos. That's a quote from 1 Corinthians. This was the guy here who was at the Philippian church when Paul wrote to him. He was in a place to know whether this stuff was real or not. He was an eyewitness to the writings of Paul. If he doesn't know these things are genuine, nobody does. So, when I hear these guys go, oh, well, we got this literary method that shows that the writings of this epistle isn't the same as the other epistle. And we can use our literary theory to show that they're all forgeries. Get real. For pity's sake. Oh, jeez. Why do skeptics sound like Fozzie Bear? Because they're almost as bright. Demonic Kermit the Frog strikes. It's like, get real. Come on, guys. I mean, most of these scholars that have said that the epistles are forgeries, they're 20 years later, they almost all recant. They almost all have to go back and say, yeah, I was wrong about this stuff. It's just crazy. It's just crazy talk. I mean, we got the documentary evidence to show that these were recognized as coming from Paul within 100 years of them all being written. In this case, not even 30 years. Now, in this particular case, this was 26 years after the death of Paul. But the guy who was there, who was mentioned in the Epistle of the Philippians. Maybe circular referencing at this point, but but he was there. He saw it. He saw the manuscripts. He's mentioned. Like, come on, people. It's just stupid. Just stupidity. Okay. Yeah. All the evidence affirms the authorship of these texts. So it's just like, don't. It's very clear that the early church never viewed these as forgeries. Very clear. Now, if you want to read more of the church fathers, I would highly suggest going to the ancient Near Eastern, the Ante-Nicene Fathers select set that was edited by and translated by Philip Schaff. The first set is 10 volumes. Second 2 sets are another additional 20 volumes. You'll have more than enough reading that will keep you occupied forever. Polycarp is not the earliest. First Clement's the earliest. But you also have in that period Mathetes, Ignatius. There's others as well. Okay, so there's lots of it, and then you get into Irenaeus, and you're still in the 2nd century. So there's a lot of material there to read through if you want to read through it. A lot of it. But that's where I would recommend going, is start reading through Schaff's volumes. Very, very good translations. It's been criticized sometimes as being a little too Protestant. I don't think it is, especially when you start looking at it in comparison to the Greek and Latin texts. But definitely that's where you'd go next. Start it at First Clement. Continue reading. All right. So anyway, thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciate it, and I hope that helped. Yeah, my producer says you can read the church fathers start to finish. You just can't take notes because you'll never get through it. You'll never get through it if you take notes. Okay. Addison Weir for 199. Thank you very much. Super chat. How was work on Tuesday? You saw it. You know. We had fun. Yeah. It was fun work. Okay? It was fun work. Yeah, we got paid. Thank you, AT Ministries, again, for sponsoring the Assassin's Creed Origins live play. We're again doing it again this Tuesday at 4 p.m. It was a blast. Folk smash. Lots and lots of pots. Especially those that offended his sensibilities for being anachronistic. My favorite part was doing the basically the financial assessment on those houses. Those were rich people. Really rich. Okay. Next super chat here is from TBD. And he asks, for $10, thank you, super chat. Questions from my niece, unchurched, age 18. Fantastic. We love that. How were hours of the day, 3rd, 6th hour, etc., affected by seasonal change of hours of daylight? Oh, great question. And why was lamb's blood used for the Passover? Another great question. Okay, let's get to the first one first. Because the hours of the day, the daylight shortened over the winter and lengthened over the summer. Generally, what happened was hours did not have a fixed time. Okay? Now, today, we have, say, an hour is defined by a number of seconds of a specific length. That wasn't true back then. Your daylight was divided into 12 hours. Whether or not that was, say, 8 actual hours or 15 actual hours. So if it was in the dead of winter and you're up north and 8 hour and you have only 8 hours of daylight, it's still 12 hours. Just a lot shorter hours. Likewise, if it's a really, say, long summer day, that's 15 hours long, it's still 12 hours, just that the hours are longer. Okay? So, the seasonal change was accounted for by the division of the day. So that's how they accounted for it. Okay? So, Mechanique asks, how about nighttime hours? Same deal. It's the same deal. The nighttime is also 12 hours. It's going to be either shorter or longer hours. So, if you got a long daytime, daylight, you have long day hours, short night hours. Likewise, if it was a short daylight, short day hours, long night hours. But it's still 24 hours. Always 24 hours. Oh, yeah. Yeah, we lived in a place once where we got up at like 4 a.m. We couldn't believe it. It was like bright sky out. It's like, what time is it? Checked our watch is like 4 a.m. in the morning, and it's like bright sun overhead, and it's just like, and we thought we had slept to do because we had to go out to the store and buy something. So we got in the car and we drove off because we thinking, hey, it's noon. We're gonna be late to get the store. We get there, there's no one in the parking lot, and what the heck? We check our watches. It's 4 a.m. in the morning. It was really strange. Really strange. So that's how they would have treated the hours, okay? Now, why lamb's blood used at Passover? Okay. In some respects, it's just simple practicality. The Semitic population in Egypt, most of them had sheep. It was a sheep raising population. Cows were very rare among those who were Asiatics. They couldn't afford cows. Cows were expensive. Okay? So you either had a family would have either had sheep or goats. Okay? Most had access to sheep. The poorest ones had to use goats. And goats were acceptable for Passover for families that were too poor. Okay? So, that's why lamb's blood was used, essentially because it was available. Everybody had access to lambs, or families that had access to lambs. So that's the reason why lamb's blood was used, is because everyone had access to a lamb. So anyway, I hope that helped. Thank you very much for those questions. Great questions. QBaby04 Scorch for $5. Thank you for the super chat. Which pharaohs did Moses have to go through in his 120 years? Also, does the Bible only imply that there were 2 pharaohs in Moses' time? Okay. The 120 years, that's a controversial thing. It's probably not 20 years. It's probably closer to 90. It's 4 groups of 30, or sorry, 3 groups of 40. 40 being a symbolic, enigmatic number, okay, of an extended long period of time. In all likelihood, Moses lived to more like 90-ish years, okay? The Bible does not imply that there were only 2 pharaohs at his time, but what it does do is say for what's sometimes called, and this is an interpretation, okay? This is not what the Bible says, okay? People interpret the Bible as there being 2 pharaohs, an Exodus pharaoh and an oppression pharaoh, okay? Now, there was one Exodus pharaoh, but there were many oppression pharaohs. And this is the reason why is because Israelite authors did what was called a literary amalgamation, okay? Where they took the deeds of several related people and treated them as if it was one person. We see this done frequently in the Jewish texts, like Zechariah is sometimes treated as a literary amalgamation of two people, Zechariah the priest and Zechariah the prophet. Okay? So this is something that's commonly appears in Israelite literature. So, how many pharaohs did Moses live through? Okay, now there's another question there too, is the oppression pharaoh actually extends as a literary amalgamation from essentially the time of Ahmose I at the beginning of Dynasty 18. And there are many, many pharaohs between that first king and Moses. That basically that king rose up that did not know Joseph. Okay, who enslaved the Israelites. He's Ahmose I. Now, which kings were alive during the lifetime of Moses? Five kings that were alive during the time of Moses. Okay. Those were King Ai, King Horemheb, Ramses I, Seti I, and Ramses II. So those are 5 kings. So nowhere in the text does it actually say that there were 2 pharaohs. But what we have here is the difference. One is treated like a literary amalgamation without stating it's a literary amalgamation. And the second one is the Exodus pharaoh himself. And he adds to this, can you also put the sources in Discord? One of my Muslim friends sent me this video in which this says no 2 pharaohs had 80 years together, which is true. No 2 pharaohs did have 80 years together. The video he sent Quran and the Secrets of Egypt. Yeah, but the text also doesn't say there was just 2 pharaohs. Okay? There's an inference that's being read into the text that says that there's 2. That's what we call this is an eisegesis. Were you reading something in the text that the author did not put in there explicitly? We also don't tend to put in a lot of sources too because it's just really time consuming to do. But if you come onto the Discord and ask me personally, we can talk about it, okay? I can lead you to it. The one I would sort of lead you, source I will give you right now for this is Ian Shaw's History of Ancient Egypt. Okay? Oxford History of Ancient Egypt. Okay? So, anyway, I hope that helped. Thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciated. Cody McGee asks, Dr. Falk, the first king to rule in Moses' lifetime would have been King Ai. He would have been the first. He's the one that starts the war with the Hittites. He was really naughty. Okay. Our next super chat here is from A-Tree Ministries from 199. Thank you very much for the super chat. The stream was awesome. Make sure you all tune in. Yeah, it was awesome. It was more awesome than I expected. Woo. Next one from 18 Ministries from 199. Who are the Dan Danu of Genesis 14:14? Okay, let's bring this one up. King Arthur. Could be. Genesis 14:14. Okay, this one's interesting here. So we're going to start here. Let's see. Okay, so this is basically they kidnap Lot. This is the War of Kings. The Mesopotamian kings kidnap Lot and start taking him and his stuff back up north. Okay? Verse 13 of Genesis 14. Then a fugitive came and told Abraham, the Hebrew, now he was living by the oaks of Mamre, the Amorite, brother of Eshcol, brother of Adner, and these were allies with Abram. When Abraham heard this, that his relative had been taken captive, he led out his trained men, born in his house 318, and went in pursuit as far as Dan. He divided his forces against them by night, and he and his service, and defeated them and pursued them as far as Hobah, which is north of Damascus. Okay, so this is what you have here is 3 topographic identifiers. You have Dan, Hobah, and North Damascus. Okay? Now he says he pursued them as far as Dan. Now this is not the tribal holdings of Dan. Okay? This is not the Israelite tribe of Dan. Because that's south of Damascus. Far south of Damascus. Okay? Hobah is north of Damascus. It's into the area of Syria or Aram. So this Dan is Dedanu or Denyen in another transliteration. This is a area of, say, Hittites that basically occupied the area of or a tribe related to them, that of those Anatolians that happen to inhabit this area. They are mentioned in the Amarna letters. Okay? So there is that. Did we miss a question? I didn't see a question on the Hyksos. Was it a super chat or not? Because super chats have priority. So if it wasn't a super chat, we didn't. So anyway, this is not the tribe of Dan. This is the Denyen or the Danu. Okay? So that's what it's talking about here. It's a different geographical location than, say, the tribe of Dan. It's north of Damascus, and it's in that area of Syria. Okay? So anyway, thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciate it, and I hope that helped. It's not a super chat, so okay. Yeah, we do not guarantee that questions that are non-super chats get addressed, okay? So and if someone is sponsoring a non-super chat, by the way, do retype the question so we have the question right there. It makes things a little easier. Okay, because otherwise we just are not going to find it. Okay? Okay, AT Ministries for 199. Thank you for the super chat. What does "but they are holy" in 1 Corinthians 7:14 mean? All right. Our Bible here again. Okay. Bible here, 1 Corinthians 7:14. Okay, we're going to start here at verse 12, I think, because that'll help put this into context. Okay, so we'll start at verse 12 here and then get to 14. But to the rest I say, not the Lord, that if a brother has a wife who is an unbeliever, and she consents to live with him, let him not send her away. And a woman who has an unbelieving husband, and he consents to live with her, let her not send her husband away. For the unbelieving husband is sanctified through his wife, and the unbelieving wife is sanctified through her believing husband. For otherwise your children are unclean, but now they are holy. Okay. So, here's what's going on here. Is in 1 Corinthians 7, it's actually talking about the issue of marriage. Okay? That it's generally seen as a bad thing to be unequally yoked. A believer being married to an unbeliever. Okay? However, without commenting on, say, whether or not such relationships are good, basically, Paul here is saying that the unbelieving spouse makes an illegitimate marriage a legitimate marriage. Okay? A marriage that should not be work. So otherwise they would have had to basically say, hey, if this is a unbiblical marriage, you should divorce. Paul's saying the opposite. It's saying the believing partner sanctifies and makes it a legitimate marriage. So that what they are holy here refers to the offspring. It's basically saying you have a consecrated, valid marriage. And because you have a valid marriage, your children are now legitimate. They're not illegitimate. So there's no reason here to get a divorce. That's essentially what this passage is saying in a nutshell. In fact, you don't have a right to get a divorce here. Because that's what people were doing, is you saying, okay, I'm a believer now. I can't be unequally yoked to an unbeliever here. Therefore, let's get a divorce. Well, what happens to the children now? And Paul's going, no. You're a believer now. You've sanctified this marriage. It's now a legitimate marriage. You gotta stick with it. And the children are legitimate. So this closed an open question at the time of the apostles. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah. And consequently, as my producer points out, if both people were believers when they began, and one ceases to be a believer, that's also not an excuse to unload or get rid of put away the unbelieving spouse. Because the one partner has made and sanctified the marriage. Okay? So, Info Addict says, so in other words, if a Christian married an agnostic or something, that's completely... It's not fine. Okay? He's not endorsing the practice. But let's say somebody made a regrettable life choice. Okay? A Christian and an agnostic go get liquored up and go get a Vegas marriage. Okay? It's not an ideal thing to do. You shouldn't go out and do that sort of thing. However, having done that thing, it's now a legitimate marriage. Yeah, it's really talking, my producer points out right here, it's about the seriousness of marriage. Yeah. Yeah. And as my producer says, it parallels God's faithfulness to us even when we're not faithful to him. So, it's not that it's completely fine. It's also, though, that now find yourself in this situation. It's a legitimate marriage. It's a legitimate marriage, and the kids will be legitimate as a result. Okay? Well, okay, Info Addict says, not fine per se, but it's not an avoid at all cost sort of deal. Oh no, it's still an avoid at all. It's one of those things where you should not be doing this. Okay? It's you really shouldn't be doing this. Okay? So it is if you have the ability not to get into it, you shouldn't get into it. Yeah, in a sense, you shouldn't be dating non-Christians as a Christian, okay? It's different, when you've got two non-Christians who get together and one becomes a believer during that time, okay? No one expected that to happen. Or two believers who were dating, got married, and one decides to deconvert. That also happens, okay? So this is meant to cover those situations specifically. But if you... yeah, I know everyone's now disappointed. Too bad. All right, let's take this McAnee question. What if the unbelieving partner does not see the sanctity and takes himself 3 more wives? That's not a legitimate marriage in this country. Okay? Now, there are countries where that happens. Okay? There are countries where that happens. particularly in Islam, in the Islamic world. That can happen in the Islamic world. Okay? In which case, you're stuck. You're stuck. Now, in, say, North America, where such a marriage would be illegal, that's not a legitimate marriage. The person is unavailable to take on more wives. So, because that's an illegal marriage. If the law doesn't get him and put him away, at that point, the marriage is, in many respects, null and void, especially if he goes off and lives with those three. You're not under any compulsion in a place where a bigamous marriage is illegal to go along with it. Okay? Mm-hmm. Yeah. I saw Mama's comment here. Mama says, you can marry an unbeliever as a Christian, but why would you? Do you really want to spend your entire earthly life with someone you will never see again? That's a fair point. There's also the fair point, too, that that an unbelieving spouse can turn you away from the faith, just like the unbelieving wives of Solomon did. Basically, the scriptures tell us that Solomon had many wives from the Moabites and the Edomites, and they turned his heart to pagan gods. So, you shouldn't be going there. It's just a really unwise, it's a stupid thing to do. To intentionally, as a believing Christian, to pursue an unbelieving spouse. That's a stupid thing to do. There's some things you can do. You are physically able to do it. You're physically able to enter into a marriage with an unbelieving spouse. You're also physically able to set your car on fire. It's still a stupid thing to do. Yeah. This. Yeah. Essentially, the 1 Corinthians 7 passage is really talking about, say, when there's a change in status of one person or the other. It's not really, it will cover Christians who marry unbelievers. Okay, it will cover that. And it's not, in this passage, in no way says it's ideal. Okay? It's in no way saying it's an ideal thing. But what it is saying is, if you're in the situation where one spouse becomes a unbeliever or a believer, the marriage covers the legitimacy, the sanctification of the believing spouse covers the legitimacy of the marriage. That's all it's saying here. But it's always better not get in that situation in the first place. Sometimes it's unavoidable. But where it is avoidable, you should avoid it. Okay? All right, let's get to the next super chat here. Our next super chat here is from AT Ministries for $1.99. And he asks, is there a logical issue with deconstruction? Well, the problem is that deconstruction is not a logical system. Okay? It's not a logical system. It's more what's called practical philosophy. Basically, the philosophy of how does one live one's life. So, there isn't really a logical issue with deconstructionism. It's more of a practical issue of deconstructionism. So, the whole idea of changing your belief structure, and that's what we're talking about here with deconstructionism, is basically you take your existing belief structure, tear it down to its foundation. That's supposed to be followed by a reconstruction where you build it back up again. okay, to something new and more and better, okay? Unfortunately, unfortunately, people deconstruct but never reconstruct. So, there's a practical issue with deconstructionism. Definitely a practical issue. But there's no logical issue with it. So anyway, I hope that helps. Thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciated. AT Ministries for $1.99. How do we know Job is Iron Age literature? Oh, that's easy. Okay. Job talks about the Arameans. Okay. And it talks about them as these tribal groups, these raiding groups that come in and seize Job's property. Okay? Now, what do we know about the Arameans? The Arameans are basically the remnants of the dissolved Mitanni Empire. In the Bronze Age, Aram was essentially the center of the Mitanni Empire. So, it was a cohesive empire. It had a capital, Carchemish. It had had armies and all that. So it was a cohesive empire. At the end of the late Bronze Age, Mitanni falls to bits. And it becomes these hodgepodge of loose city-states. At least until Aram reforms back into the kingdom of Aram. So it looks like Job is taking place in that sort of intermediate period between the fall of the Mitanni and the reforming of the kingdom of Aram. That places it right smack dab in the Iron Age. Okay. So that's how we know Job is Iron Age literature. Okay. So anyway, it cannot be any earlier than early Iron Age 1. Okay. And it could be later. Okay. But it's definitely no earlier than Iron Age. All right. So thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciate it. Hope it helps. Okay, next super chat is from AT Ministries for $4.99. Thoughts on the Action Bible? How's your comic going? Plus, how much for a Velociraptor worship album? Oh no, no. Okay, I don't do comic books. I haven't done a comic book in a while. I have done one, but I haven't done comic. I'm not working on a comic book right now. I am working on some novels. I'm also working on a video game. Okay. So and I'm also working on a book on the Exodus. Okay, so those are my big projects at the moment. Okay. Thoughts on the Action Bible. Now, the Action Bible is essentially the Bible stories written as a comic book. It's got a lot of scannable content with little mini video games. It's meant to make the Bible entertaining. I don't think that's a good thing. Okay? I think that's really, really a bad idea. Okay? I'm not against comic books, Bibles as comic books, okay? When you got that full multimedia experience, where the big draw is its entertainment value, what happens when the next piece of entertainment comes along that's more fun? You've reduced the Bible down to entertainment. Once it ceases being entertaining, it's kind of like eating your vegetables. Okay. Yeah, you can eat sweets and sugar and all that, and it tastes good. A lot more fun to eat your pastries and your pies and your ice cream. But sooner or later, you got to start eating your vegetables and your meats. Okay, it's not as fun. But if you want to grow up healthy, you need that. The problem with the Action Bible is it's fun. That's what it's designed to be. It's designed to be fun. And at some point, when you want to get, if you want to get people reading the Bible, you know, there's got to be a gravitas to it, and the Action Bible doesn't provide that. So I don't have a good opinion of the Action Bible. Okay? Now, how much for a Velociraptor worship album? I don't even have a singer who could do the album if it's a worship album, okay? No, it will not be 500. Oh. All right, 200,000. You raised $200,000. I will do a Velociraptor worship album. US. 200,000. Now, I'm pretty sure no one's going to be able to fundraise that. There you go. There's my price for a Velociraptor worship album. And 6 songs, no more. And I determine the length of them. For another vermin trash rat, 200,000. Do you want my house instead? Yeah. Sure, I'll take a house. If it's in a good place, sure, why not? As long as it values out to at least $200,000 US, we're good. I don't own a house, so I would love a house. For a trash rack, can I stay in there paying rent? Yeah, maybe. Yeah, sure. Think about it. No, as in not Canadian. You might as well be paying me in the peso at that point. So, anyway, with that said, and he gone wild. If I ever win the lottery, you know what's happening. Oh boy. Yeah, that's the thing, you know, you you know, you put on a ridiculous price, and you know, there's somebody out there crazy enough to meet it. But for $200,000, hey, you know, I'd be crazy enough to take on the challenge too. So, all right. So that's how much for a Velociraptor worship album. Okay, 200,000 US, 6 songs. I determine the length of each song. Okay. All right, the next super chat here is from AT Ministries for $1.99. Thank you very much for the super chat. What is a discernment ministry? Great question. Now, a discernment ministry is a ministry that's focused around discerning truth. That's what it is. Okay? So, there's a discernment ministry is basically using biblical discernment to tell truth from lie. That's what it is. So you get various kinds of discernment ministries, okay? For example, you might see a something that's called a counter-cult ministry. A ministry that's focused on looking at cults, basically saying what's true, what's false, what's biblical, what's unbiblical, and drawing that line between what's biblical and unbiblical. Okay, you can have this discernment ministries for, say, other Christian ministries. Well, that happens where there are errors. You know, Like, for example, like the Word of Faith movement, the Gab it and Grab it crowd. They're ministries that focus on, say, discerning what is, say, truth and lie about, say, the Gab it and Grab it. Guys like Kenneth Copeland, Creflo Dollar, Joel Osteen, you know. So discernment ministries basically focus on that discernment between what's biblical and what isn't. Okay? Now, not all of them are apologists. They're working a specific function as a discernment ministry. Now, the trap of discernment ministries is oftentimes straw man. Okay? We do see this sometimes where so-called discernment ministries sometimes go a little too far by presenting caricatures of the ministries they are opposed to. So that's a perpetual danger, an occupational risk. It's an occupational risk of being a discernment ministry. Okay? So, I think that discernment ministries serve a purpose. I think they're legitimate. We ourselves are not a discernment ministry, although we sometimes act in that capacity. I think they are, they can do good work, but there's also, as I said, an occupational danger associated with it. Okay? Oh yeah. My producer says that, discernment is not a dirty word. It's not a dirty word. You need discernment. You need discernment in your churches. You need it to, like, for example, for appointing elders, for discerning truth from lie. It's an important function of the church. So, discernment's not a dirty word. Mm-hmm. When you get people who call in your ministry and ask for help who are not part of the church, you can use discernment there to find out if these are people really in need or if these are people who go around church to church just fleecing the flock. And those people exist. There was a guy, I used to nickname him. I used to nickname this guy LaQuinta Quinn. Okay, LaQuinta Quinn. He would call the church where I was working at, and he would ask for donations. He'd say he was unemployed, homeless, and he would tell you this long story. But on the caller ID, he would always get LaQuinta in. Okay. And he'd come by and he'd hit up the church every year. He'd quit. He would come by and he'd quit, hit us up for like groceries or stuff. Okay. But this is what he would do. Is he'd move into town, set up at a cheap hotel, usually a La Quinta. That's why I nicknamed him LaQuinta Quinn. And he would call all the churches in the local area asking for donations. And then he'd just go around church to church collecting them. And he'd live off this. And then he'd move to another town next week. And then he'd be back the very next year doing the same thing over and over and over again. There would be guys who'd roll into the park Sunday and, say, hey, I'm really hard up. I'm out of gas. I need to, I'm broke. Could you please help me out with some groceries and some money? Go look at his odometer. Look at his gas gauge. If he's got like a 75% full tank of gas, he's not out of gas. He just lied to you. You know, that's where discernment comes in. If he lies to you, he should not be getting from the benevolence fund. It should be going to somebody who's telling you the truth. And it should be also going to your church members first. Those in need in your congregation first. Outsiders get after. Also, another thing, have that policy in writing. Okay? Churches should have a benevolence policy in writing. That way, if they sue you, and churches have been sued when they didn't give up on out of the till to these scammers, you've got it in writing, and you can fight it at that point. But have it in writing so nobody is confused. Okay, so yes, there's definite needs for discernment, and it's not just a discernment ministry. It needs to go throughout the church. All right? So anyway, I hope that helped. Thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciated. AT Ministries for $1.99. Why is Egypt so good for dictators? Because it's always been a military state. Egypt has always had a strong military. It's always been run by those who have the strongest military. That's just normal for Egypt. And it's always been that way. Okay? It's been that way since the earliest days of Egypt. The only time we had anything that was close to democracy was that brief period of the Arab Spring when we got the Muslim Brotherhood, and they didn't last very long because they were corrupt. They were so corrupt. You know, they got the elected, they instituted democracy, got themselves elected, and just went total corruption. And then they were overthrown themselves. You know, that was the only window when there was actually democracy in Egypt. So, dictators in Egypt just keep the peace. That's an unfortunate side effect of what it's like to be in Egypt. So, anyway, thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciated. Haystack, what about the Hyksos period? Yes, that too. Even in the Hyksos period, it was still a dictator. Just a dictator of a fractured Egypt. You know, you had, say, the Nile Delta going up to Thebes. That was run by the Hyksos dictator. You had the Theban Nome. That was run by the Theban dictator. And then you had the Kushite kingdom. That was run by the Nubian dictator. All dictators. Okay? AT Ministries then adds $1.99. Was Egypt a dictatorship under Christian rule? Yes, it was. Except this time it was a Roman dictator. Okay? By 30 BC, Egypt was a Roman province. It was run by the Roman Empire. Okay? Run by the Emperor of Rome. So when Egypt became a Christian country, at least in the north, still under Roman rule. Once the two empires were split up, it was still under a dictator, but now a Byzantine dictator, Eastern Roman Empire. So it's just one of those things where it doesn't matter what period of time you're looking at. It's just Egypt always worked best under a dictatorship. Unfortunate, but it's sort of how things are. Okay. Next one from AT Ministry for $1.99. The Quran says Pharaoh ordered Moses crucified. Thoughts? Okay, I got a couple thoughts here. I haven't read this passage. If it's in the Quran, I don't know what this surah is. I haven't read this part myself. But let's just take it at face value. Let's just say, for the sake of argument, that the Quran says Pharaoh ordered Moses crucified. My first thought is that Egypt never had crucifixion until the Roman period. Okay? So, there was no crucifixion. Basically, the way Egyptians killed people in the New Kingdom was either by slitting your throat with a knife or strangulation. Okay. That's how capital punishment was done in ancient Egypt. So there's no crucifixion in ancient Egypt. Even when the Romans roll in, okay, and the Romans were big on crucifixion. The Egyptians really didn't know what to make of crucifixion to begin with. So, you had the early Christians in Egypt, trying to picture in their minds about crosses. And the first thing that would sort of go in their mind was, why would you waste good wood on an execution device? Okay? Wood's expensive. Wood was a valuable property in very valuable commodity in ancient Egypt. Nobody wasted wood in Egypt. You had to import it. Wood had to be imported. So nobody is about to waste wood on a crucifixion. It just seemed very silly. So when the Christians of the Roman period in Egypt, were introduced to the concept of crucifixion, they had to really sort of scratch their heads and go, oh, well, what does a cross look like? Because nobody had seen a cross in Egypt, except for maybe a few soldiers from Rome. This is why you have, for example, in Egypt, this idea of, say, the Ankh was an early cross. It was the closest thing they had that they could relate to a cross. Later on, they're going to change that to a Tau. But it really is something that is peculiar to Egypt. So, the Quran, let's say for the sake of argument that the Quran is actually, this is quoting the Quran correctly, the whole idea of Moses being ordered to be crucified is totally anachronistic. This is not something that was done in Egypt. So anyway, that's my thoughts on this. I think it's completely inaccurate. There's no way he could have ordered Moses crucified. Okay. So thank you very much for that super chat. Very much appreciated. AT Ministry for $1.99. How's the Nile deadly, but makes the land so fertile? Okay. Yeah, you wouldn't need a tablespoon of fertilizer, that's for sure. So, what makes the Nile deadly is the parasites. Really, that's the parasites, the amoebas, the nasty little critters in the water. Okay? What makes the land so fertile is that silt that's washed down the Nile. So during the inundation, when the Nile gets its annual flush, it also carries down with it a lot of this black silt. That silt is full of all sorts of things. It's full of organics. It's full of minerals. It covers the land, and it decomposes on the land and fertilizes the land. Okay? That's why it's very, very fertile. Still don't want to drink the water. Okay? Just saying. Okay? But that's because the parasites don't contaminate, keep being contaminated in the soil. Now, with that said, the fertility is often, that land is watered with water from the Nile. So that can be a very difficult. You don't want to eat that produce, okay? If you're a Westerner, unless it's been thoroughly washed by decontaminated, clean water. The problem is in Egypt itself, it's very hard to find that, except in some very high hotels. Okay. Alexis, mummy tummy, exactly. Yeah, yeah. You know, I've seen this where people have say, you know, like for example, you can go to the store locally here and buy green onions that have been raised in Egypt. Okay. You know, they've been processed and washed in Epsom salts. The parasites are all dead. You take it home. Now, I've seen it. I've seen little tags on my green onions that said, you know, product of Egypt. I take it home. I wash it thoroughly. Wash it thoroughly in my North American tap water. High chlorine. Okay. I don't suffer a bit from it. Okay? Because it's been processed. It's been processed twice. It's been washed in at the time of picking for export, and it's been washed in my home. Okay? There's no chance we're going to get mummy tummy here. Okay? But there are some places that this doesn't happen. For example, one of the biggest problems I think in North American agricultural production is the fact that they don't have like for example in US agricultural areas where they like pick lettuce and that sort of thing, you know, where they don't have proper sanitation for the Mexican workers. I think this is a terrible thing. They don't have proper sanitation. There's no place to go to the bathroom. There's no place to wash your hands. What ends up happening is they start spreading E. coli to the produce. And that's where people start getting really, really sick, even from something grown in, say, the United States. So a lot of the difference, too, between what is what contaminates a vegetable and what doesn't has to do with handling more than the soil it's raised in. So you can get a perfectly good handling of a vegetable grown in that soil in Egypt. You wouldn't want to drink the water that was raised that, but handling that will end up making a bigger impact upon whether or not it's safe to eat, more than, say, the soil it's grown in. Okay? So, let's see where we were here. All right. So anyway, I hope that answered the super chat. Very much appreciate it, and I hope that helped. Okay, AT Ministries again for $1.99. Is swimming in the Nile a quick weight loss plan? No, it's a trip to the hospital. Not a weight loss plan. Okay, let's just get that straight. Not a weight loss plan. Hospital trip. Okay. Potentially a trip to the morgue. Don't do it. Just don't do it. Okay? AT Ministries for $4.99. Thank you for the super chat. How many more people are needed for Egypt? I don't know. I know at least one has signed up. I think we need at least 10 more. He says, my wife and I are still waiting for her name change, so we haven't been able to, but we will still intend to. Well, fantastic. That will certainly help. So they don't keep me up to date on exactly how many people have signed up, but I'm gonna try to check in on them again and see what yeah, you'd be dead. Yeah. Dead. Osiris dead. Yeah. Okay, so yeah, I think we need 11 in total for the trip, but I know we have one already, but we need more. All right, so thank you very much for the super chat, very much appreciated. AT ministries for $1.99. How often did kings kill their brothers? It depends on the place. Babylon, Syria, happened all the time. With every new monarch was a line of coffins. It happened in the Ottoman Empire. Okay, with every new coronation, a line of coffins. Okay, so it depends on where it is, but definitely in the Ottoman Empire, in the Assyrian Empire, and the Babylonian Empire, it happened. AT Ministries for $1.99. Thank you for the super chat. What do you mean that eunuchs were crushed, not castrated? Ooh. I thought we stopped asking that question. Okay. Let me explain how eunuchs are made in the ancient Near East. The reason why not castrated is because of the risk of infection. The risk of infection was really, really high. Okay? So eunuchs in the ancient Near East were not castrated. Okay? Basically, how it works is a man has a sausage and 2 veg. What they do is they get a couple of big rocks. Big rocks. And they put the veg on one half of the rock, and they take the other half, and they go. That's how they did it. Okay? Yeah. Lexus, heck no. Yeah. And some people didn't survive it. I mean, it is a traumatic experience, but you didn't die of the infection. Okay? Yeah, cringe arrived. Oh, totally. Yeah, it was a brutal process. Brutal process. You didn't survive, you don't say. Okay, what's the ratio of those survived by? Alexis asks, what's the ratio of those who survived? We don't know, but we probably are guessing around 80% survived. Okay, now that's a lot higher than if they had actually castrated. Okay, with castrations, it's the inverse, because the infection rate. Okay, infection was a killer. You got infected, that's the end of you in the ancient world. More people died of infection than anything else. So, but 80% probably survived the process. But months of agony. Alexis asks, who practiced castration? As far as I know, it was mostly practiced in, say, like China. China practiced this. The reason they practiced it is, first of all, they had antibiotics. Traditional Chinese medicine had antibiotics that could be used for this purpose. Okay? But the ancient Near East did not have this. So, that's why they used the rock method. Okay? Alright, that's enough of this. And we'll not talk about it again until the next time. Alrighty. Let's see, next one here. Okay, next one here. 18 Ministries for $1.99. How do you establish dominance on a bunny? Oh, that's so cute. You don't. Not gonna happen. The bunny asserts dominance over you, not the other way around. You are the bunny's slave, not the master. Okay, that's how it works in a bunny house. Yeah, so yeah, there's no, you don't assert dominance over a bunny. A bunny asserts dominance over you. Okay. Alrighty. Next one here. 80 Ministries for $4.99. Was it kosher for Sabaean incense to be burned in a temple? Also, any news on the Amorite tablets? Okay. Um Yes, it was totally kosher to use Sabaean incense burned in the temple. It was not. Incense was considered to be ritually pure. There was no problem burning it in a temple, no matter where it was from. It's just one of those things. It's considered ritually pure, so not a problem at all, ever. In fact, there was more need for incense in the temple than could be fulfilled by local supply. So, because there was more need for it than could be fulfilled by local supply, they had to import it. Okay, so no problems with it for being kosher, not at all. News on the Amorite tablets? No news. Now, there's a reason. In typical academic circles, you tend to have articles when an article comes out, and it's not discussed, and there's no further follow-up articles, usually for one or two reasons. Okay, the first reason is because it's so good and the research is so well done, it becomes the definitive argument. The definitive article, there's no need to address it further, except maybe for some little tidbit here and there. But most of all, if it's a really well done article, it's not going to be challenged. Okay? And there's no point in challenging it. The second instance where you don't get a follow-up is when the article is so bad that it's a waste of time to challenge it. And in those particular cases, it's just so bad, so controversial, so fringe that there's no point in challenging it. Okay? Now, in the case of the Amorite tablets, it was really well done. It was a really well done article. I don't see anybody seriously challenging this for some time. There might be a small challenge to it at some point in some fine point of grammar or if something new comes along. But I don't expect any more work to be done on this for a long time. It was just a really well done article. So, I don't expect anything more to come forth of this for a long, long time. I think that article from JBL is going to be the definitive article on this. Okay? All right. HE Ministries for $4.99. Thank you very much for Super Chat. How should we understand the change of iconography of seraphim and cherubim in the Bible? Okay. That's a good question. We do see that there is a change. Now, there's definitely a change. For example, the cherubim being, say, in the Bronze Age, they're basically women. Human women with arms stretched forward, and their arms are wings. Okay. Later on, they're going to take on that form of the six-winged cherubim with the 4 heads in, say, the Babylonian period. Now, how we understand the change in iconography does seem to lend somewhat of what we call analogous figures. Okay? Figures in a cultural context that serve a similar purpose. So, when we look at, say, the iconography of the late Bronze Age for the cherubim and seraphim, they do seem to follow a pattern that's very similar to what we find in Egypt. But later on in, say, the late Iron Age and, say, the Syrian and Babylonian periods, they do seem to reflect more of what we would find in Mesopotamia. And that seems to be caused a lot by the cultural infiltration of the Mesopotamians into the affairs of the Israelites. Okay? So, there's going to be that. So that change in iconography is a change in sort of, say, cultural understanding. So that when the biblical authors are going to start portraying these, they're going to portray it in a certain way. And I think here's what's going on is they're already used to a certain cultural mindset when they have these visions. And as they have these visions, they're going to fill in what they relate to the culture. The culture is going to fill in the gaps. I've seen this phenomena, for example, in ghost sightings. Okay? Now, I'm not saying they're you can compare a prophetic utterance to or prophetic vision to a ghost sighting, but there is something that's similar, which is that people tend to fill in what they see when they see a ghost to what they understand in their cultural context. This is why, for example, you do see, for example, ghosts being clothed in a certain period of dress compared to what they would expect from that, say, area. Like, for example, people go to, say, Tombstone, and they see a ghost in a building, and they see them wearing Western wear. Okay, because that's what they would expect. That's what the mind fills in. So, I think what we have here in that change of iconography is say, prophets seeing visions, and their mind is filling in what they would expect to see if they saw a cherubim. That doesn't mean the cherubim isn't there. It's that because it's a spirit, it's not a physical form that can be directly related to the human eye. But it does have, because sight is not just what we see with our eyes, it's what we see with our brains. Our brains fill in a lot of what we see. So I think that's what's going on here with the change in iconography. It's not just say it's a combination of say the brains filling in the gaps and cultural expectations done by changes in, say, underlying, say, dominance cultures. Okay? But I hope that helps. Thank you very much for Super Chat. Very much appreciated. Okay. All right, Vermin Trash Red, I did see your note to Kiara. We'll keep that in mind as we go through here. We got here 18 Ministries for $4.99. Thank you for the super chat. What is a consecutive vav, and how does Stephen rely on it in Acts? Okay. What we're talking about here is Acts chapter 7, verse 4. We'll pull that up here. Acts chapter 7, verse 4. Okay. Let's start at let's see here. We'll start verse 2. This is the act of Stephen, and before his martyrdom, and he said, "Hear me, brethren and fathers. The God of glory appeared to our father Abraham when he was in Mesopotamia, before he lived in Haran, and said, 'Depart from your country and your relatives, and come into the land that I will show you.' Then he departed from the land of the Chaldeans and settled in Haran. And from there, after his father died, God removed him into his own country in which you are now living." Okay. After his father died. That is only possible from Genesis 12 if you take into account a consecutive vav. Now, what is a consecutive vav? Let's go to Genesis 12 and 11. I'll see it here. Okay. Won't point it out because but show it in how it relates to the text. Okay. Now, here we have Genesis 11 and 12. And verse 32 of Genesis 11, and the days of Terah were 205 years, and Terah died in Haran. Verse 12, verse 1 of chapter 12. Now the Lord said to Abraham, go forth into your country. Okay. That now there that you see, and I'll highlight it, is actually a consecutive vav. Now, what is a consecutive vav? It's a vav with a certain pointing that indicates that what comes next comes after. That's what we mean by consecutive. It's an and statement. So you've got basically a conjunctive vav and a consecutive vav. A conjunctive vav is basically and, but, whatever. Okay, it's a plain conjunction. But a consecutive vav indicates a progression in time. Okay? So, the days of Terah were 205 years, and then Terah died in Haran. After this is another way to translate a consecutive vav. After that, the Lord said to Abraham, go forth from your country. So Stephen is correctly reading the consecutive vav in Genesis 12:1 to indicate that Abraham left after the death of Terah. It's a reading that's only possible by correctly identifying the consecutive vav in Genesis 12:1. All right? So, yes, they are. They are very much distinguished by different vowel points. I'll pull it up here. This is going to get pretty nerdy pretty fast here. Okay, so we see this here in all right, there we have the consecutive vav. Okay, you got the vav. Okay, and then you've got a patak underneath, and then you've got the dagesh in the yod. Okay, that structure is very, very typical of a consecutive vav. Whereas with a conjunctive vav, you would get a simple schwa. Okay, so that's the difference in the pointing. Okay, so they're pretty easy to identify in the Hebrew text. So Stephen correctly recognizes it and properly interprets it. Okay, so anyway, there we go. Thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciate it, and I hope that helps. Oh, Dark Blake, wow, so many meanings for just one letter. Maybe I'm not on Hebrew's level. I should stick to Chinese, Latin, and ancient Greek. Well, that's the way this works. That's the way this works, is that you do get a lot of, a single letter can change the entire meaning of a phrase. It's something that happens in biblical languages. Okay, next one here. For Vermin the Trash Rat for $2. Thank you very much for the super chat. Thoughts on Karl Popper's demarcation problem? Okay. Now, I'm only going to go on a very surface level here on the demarcation problem, because it's an old problem, but it's also a problem that has had a lot of writing recently. Like in the last 40 years, a lot of people have written on this problem. The demarcation problem, for those who aren't familiar with this, is how do we tell science from pseudoscience? And the demarcation problem is this. It goes back to some of the discourse of Socrates. And somebody says, okay, how do we determine a guy who's faking it with divination versus a real physician? And basically they come to the conclusion that, well, you can't tell a pseudoscientist unless you know you can't tell a quack unless you are conversant in medicine. That's the demarcation problem. Is to determine something is pseudoscience, you have to know the science. And you have to be expert enough and well-versed enough in it to know it. Okay? You know, some of the reasons, like we see this problem all the time, for example, with Ron Wyatt stuff. Shoot me now. Shoot me. Okay. A lot of people out there really think that Ron Wyatt is the definitive archaeologist. They don't know he's a pseudoscientist. Okay? I get this all the time, that Ron Wyatt was a prophet of God. He was the archaeologist par excellence. I even had one guy tell me that biblical archaeology should be nothing but showing Ron Wyatt's videos. I had someone seriously say this to me. Like, what? Oh yeah, they have been told that from the pulpit. That's true. Yeah. So it is a problem. The demarcation problem is a problem. People who are not experts in the field do have difficulty determining the difference between science and pseudoscience. Yeah. Well, my producer says that, you know, we should have pastors basically sort this out for us, but they're dropping the ball. Yeah. So, you know, it still remains a problem today. Now, there are Caius Octavius, Ron Wyatt actually found the blanket Jesus was swallowed in after his birth. Oh boy. Yeah, Ron Wyatt found Jesus' sippy cup. The plastic was genuine. Yee. Yee. Oh boy. Cody McGee. Ron Wyatt was invited to stay on Jesus' childhood home in Alexandria. Could be. Could be. Ron Wyatt is actually Enoch returned. Could be. Yeah, I mean, Ron Wyatt is basically a textbook example of pseudoscience. I mean, everything he does is pseudoscientific. His methodology is pseudoscientific. His discoveries are pseudoscientific. There's nothing that he claimed that is bona fide. You know, the guy was a inveterate liar. But Mama adds, Ron Wyatt found the Ice Age before it was cool. Yeah, so essentially the demarcation problem does continue to be an ongoing problem. But, you know, you tell people about, you know, Ron Wyatt's escapades and his distortions, and, you know, people won't accept it. People won't believe it. You know, because for them, that is biblical archaeology. What they were told was archaeology. They saw it on Christian TV. It's crazy. And now we're paying we're paying the butcher's bill for that. You know, we're having to. I mean, the atheists know that's ridiculous. You know, I mean, it's laughable. It opened Christianity to ridiculous criticisms, unnecessary, ridiculous criticisms. Darkblade adds, sounds like making Ron Wyatt into an idol. Oh yeah, totally. Oh yeah, you criticize Ron Wyatt? Oh, they'll tell you that, hey, you're going to hell. And I mean, I had one of these guys tell me, oh, you're going to hell, and I'll be sitting there laughing at you as you burn. When yesterday basically said, if you lived in Noah's time, you would have been drowned. Like, what? Huh? You know, how's criticizing Ron Wyatt equivalent to going against the word of God? Well, for these people, he is saying the word of God. These people, you know, he claimed to have had angelic visitations. BC, nasty little Hodsies. Yeah, but they believe that Ron Wyatt got revelations from God. They believe he was visited by angels. Yeah, he claims that. He claims that. So, you know, for them, you know, they really think if you criticize Ron Wyatt, you're criticizing God himself. It's elevating the word of man to the word of God. It's blasphemy. It's nothing but blasphemy. But they don't see it. They don't see it because they don't know their Bibles. They don't know their Bibles. They don't know the archaeology. They cannot discern truth from a lie. Danny DeMint, they believe him to be a prophet, quite literally. Oh, yes. Quite literally. Yeah, they consider him to be an end days prophet. Oh, yeah. Mm. Yeah. They do make him kind of a martyr for their cause, yeah. It's... Oh, I mean, Andrew Grimm, I mean, it's worse than this. You know, they said, Andrew Grimm, trust and run wild and you'll be saved, laugh out loud. Oh, it's even worse than that, because they will go and double down on his teaching. They say you are... Yeah. Yeah, if you they say if you don't trust in him, you will be damned. But it's even worse than that, because what Ron Wyatt taught was, to be saved, you have to obey the 10 Commandments. Okay? That's not how salvation works. Salvation, it's a works-based salvation. Basically, Ron Wyatt said, all you have to do is believe in 10 simple commandments and you will be saved and sealed. No, that's not how salvation works. It's crazy. It's absolutely not so. And it's heretical. It's heretical on so many levels. You know, Ron Wyatt denied that Christ was fully man. You know, Christ is fully God and he's fully man. He's both. But Ron Wyatt said that, hey, he only got half the chromosomes, so he's half man. Whereas Hebrews tells us that Christ was made like his brothers in every way. So it's nuts that we still have to go over this, but the demarcation problem is still a problem. It is still a problem. So while I can't go into Karl Popper's thoughts on the demarcation problem, the demarcation problem is still a problem, and it's actively researched today I haven't read up on the rest of the literature, though, to comment on it meaningfully. But it's still a problem. Okay, 18 Ministries for $1.99. How shall we review Ezekiel's described angels? Again, I think it's a particular view of angels. I think it is there's analogical language there, a lot of analogical language. It's to give us insight into what angels are like, but it's not a literal description. Okay? It's not meant to be a literal description. It's meant to be a functional description. Okay? And it's a functional description by analogy. They have many wings. To support themselves, to be modest, to shield the throne from impurity. They got many eyes, so they can always see. They can move in any direction. They're powerful. They're mighty. So it's a functional description using analogical language. So that's how we're supposed to view this. Okay. So anyway, I hope that helps. Thank you for the super chat. Very much appreciated. Okay, the Vermin Trash Rat for $10. Thank you for the super chat. Mrs. Trash Rat. Sometimes I doubt Christianity. Sometimes I doubt it too. Though the arguments are convincing, I sometimes think the evidence is not enough. Sometimes I would prefer to remain agnostic. Thoughts or advice? Yeah, hey, as I said, I doubt it too sometimes. I've had my periods of doubt. I have my periods of, high belief. It's one of those things that does, undulate over time. Would it be easier to be agnostic? Probably. Until your agnosticism starts hitting the road. When the rubber hits the road, that's where sort of agnosticism is really not so good. Okay? We all doubt. Doubt is healthy. You should doubt. You should doubt everything. But then again, too, you should also be open-minded to say, okay, what's the consequences of my doubt? What happens if I'm wrong about my doubt? As I've said in the last live stream, the biggest problem with skepticism is not skeptical about its own skepticism. Okay? I think that one of the problems with agnosticism is I've known a lot of agnostics. I've known a lot of atheists. In fact, in my lifetime, I've known more agnostics and atheists than I have Christians. Okay? I grew up with atheists. They were my friends growing up. Yeah, I know the atheists now consider me the archenemy, but well, they weren't my friends growing up. Okay? Okay? But one of the things I noticed is how miserable they are. They are incredibly miserable. Well, let's just talk about the praxis, the practical side of Christianity and atheism and agnosticism. I have seen agnostics and atheists so joyless. They're miserable. If they've got the truth, they should be happy. They should be thrilled. They should be joyous, laughing, fun people. They're not. They are really miserable. So you flipped it to agnosticism and you go, okay, what's the basis of my agnosticism? Unresolved doubt? Okay, are you going to resolve it at some point? That's, I've seen soft agnostics and hard agnostics. Okay, and there's a difference. Okay, soft agnostics say, I just don't know. I could be convinced at any time, but I don't know. Those are your soft agnostics. Then you get the hard agnostics, the ones that say you can never know. And they are different. Soft agnostics are okay. I have no problem with them. I've again, many of them have been friends. Some of them are a darn good time. Hard agnostics are miserable. They're eating themselves alive. Really, really miserable humans. And you start going into sort of the implications of agnosticism. Long term. I'm not talking short term. Okay? Short term agnosticism can seem a relief. It can seem a relief. But long term, you start having to deal with the epistemic problems of agnosticism. The sort of the vacuous moral framework you have to start putting up around yourself to make it work. And hard agnosticism has a moral framework that just, unless you're sort of going to co-opt Christianity into your moral framework, and a lot of agnostics do this, is they're living on the afterglow of Christianity. They're living on the afterglow of Christianity. Yeah. Well, it's like what's his name now? Dawkins' statement recently, how he wants to become a cultural Christian. Even though he wants to chop down the tree of Christianity, he wants to enjoy its fruits. Well, that's living on the afterglow of Christianity. That's living off the afterglow. That's living off of the benefits. Well, if you chop down the tree, the benefits aren't going to stay. That's what we're saying today, is the fading afterglow. We've built a society on Christian values, Christian morality, Christian culture. Chop down the tree, and agnosticism does this. It eventually chops down the tree. Those benefits are going to fade away. And then things start getting ugly. And this is where you start seeing agnostics go into nihilism, existential doubt, uncertainty. What's going to happen after you die? How does my guilt get resolved? Okay, yeah. If you're an agnostic and you go before the throne of God and said, well, I refuse to believe anything. But God says, I gave you enough for confidence. The evidence is good enough to have confidence in the reliability of the Christian faith. Okay? The evidence is sufficient for that. No, nothing is 100%. But it's better than 50%. And if it's better than 50%, you can be held liable for that. You should have known. Okay? Nope. Oh. Anagram, there is no guilt. Oh, yeah. Oh, I have seen so many guilty agnostics, it is not even funny. I mean, I went to college with these guys. They were... Yeah, they were... they were saying they weren't guilty for what they did, and then they were just... They were toking up the drugs like you, and yeah, they're guilty. They're just suppressing it in different ways. Okay? Yeah, there's no way to resolve that guilt without God. Yeah. There is no forgiveness without the blood of Jesus Christ. There's no forgiveness, and you will constantly be at enmity with God. So, yeah, you can, on the short term, it might seem easier to be agnostic. Long term, not so much. Not so much. It's a really difficult life to be agnostic. It's a very, very tough life to be agnostic. I would not recommend it. I've seen many people have gone through it. Okay, so anyway, I hope that helps. That's some of the thoughts I have. I would say my piece of advice here is to be patient with Mrs. Trash Rat, but let her know to think out the other side of that too. Think out both sides. Think about what it's going to be like if you chop down the tree, because the fruit will go away eventually. Yeah, but it's cool she asked the question, but that's what I would advise her, is just think about it. Think about the other side. Okay, you might want to get rid of Christianity, that's fine, if that's what you ultimately decide, but consider the converse. Think about what it's like to be... What's the proof for agnosticism? What's the proof for... What's your life going to be like as an agnostic? A lot of people give up Christianity with no thought at all as what life is like as an agnostic. What it's like long term. Okay? Anyway, I hope that helps. Thank you very much for the question, Mrs. Trash Rat. We really appreciate it. Okay. AT Ministries for $1.99. Thank you very much for the super chat. Who is Agur, son of Jakah, in Proverbs 30? We don't know. Okay. The problem is, we only have one reference to this person, and it's from Proverbs 30. Now, Proverbs 30 does seem to be a collection of proverbs. So, Agur, son of Jakah. Now, Agur can mean a person who collects something. We have no idea who this is. We don't know who Jakah is. Okay? We don't have any idea who either of these men are. Neither Agur or his father. So we just don't know. We have a named reference here. He does seem to be a collector of proverbs from probably multiple sources. And it's just a guy that seemed to have compiled them. That's all we seem to know about this person. That's it. Unfortunately, that's all we got. Okay. Next one here from AT Ministries for $4.99. Thank you for the super chat. How would you respond to someone that says Jesus went to hell to get the keys to us from Satan? My aunt is saying a prophet told her that. False prophet. Bad prophet. Bad prophet. No afterlife for you. Take him out and stone him, and all Israel shall be afraid. Okay. There's a couple things that are wrong here. Okay. The Bible never says that Jesus went to hell. You find the term hell in a Latin translation of some of the creeds. Okay? But that's not what it says in the Greek. It says Hades. Jesus descended to Hades. Okay? Now, Hades is not hell. Hell is basically the Latin for suffering. Suffering. Hades is one of those places that it's a bi-compartmentalized place. It's got two compartments. One was called Abraham's bosom. The other one was called the grave, or Sheol. Okay, they're both Sheol technically, but one was a good place, one was a bad place. Okay? Now, Jesus, when he descended to Hades, went to give the good news to those in the good place that their salvation has been secured. Okay? He did not go to the suffering place. There was no requirement for Jesus to go and suffer. Second of all, Satan had no keys to anything. I think we've covered this before about myths on Satan. You know, that he held sort of the title deed to humanity when he was really just a squatter. Okay. He didn't own humanity and the world except by squatting in it. Okay? Adam did not give Satan sovereignty when he fell. What happened was during the fall, God retreated from the world to prevent summary judgment, and Satan moved on in. Okay? He's just a squatter. He's a worthless squatter. Okay? So, he held no keys to nobody. You know, he's like these guys that just move into an empty property and just set up home. That's all Satan is here. Alexis, what a loser. Yeah, he's a loser. Exactly. Yeah. And Christ came along and said, no squatters' rights, you demonic hobos. Get out. Big time loser. Yep. Yeah, just that's what Satan is. He's a squatter. He's asserting squatters' rights on the world. That's it. Alexis, demonic hobos. I'm taking that. BC, God busting out demons to New York City. Yeah, I wouldn't want to be in New York City right now. Probably worse, it could be San Francisco. Andrew Graham, no 30 days in the house is yours. Nope. Sorry. God doesn't work on those rules. Gaius Octavius. If Satan didn't want to be a bum, he should have stayed a tenant of God. Yeah, pretty much. The dude's a bum. The dude is a bum. He's a squatter. He's a squatter. I mean, and that's basically, he's the guy that runs, he's the bad guy that runs the house that he's squatting in. That's exactly what he is. He's no more than that. I mean, it's, we ascribe all this power to him, but he really doesn't have much. LMAO. Cody McGee. I could have told you he was a loser when he lost a fiddle match with a hick in Georgia. Mhm. Well, I mean, my producer points out here is, I mean, who would want to go to join these guys when you know you're going to be joining a bunch of losers? I mean, this guy's a loser, and that's what Satan is. He's a guy that tried who was so puffed up he tried to overthrow God, couldn't do it, gets kicked out. You know, has to squat in a wreck of a home. I mean, frankly, the world is kind of a mess. So to squat in the world is just, wow. Yeah. Alexis says he's the epitome of false advertisement. Yeah. Oh yeah. I mean, he's kind of a guy. He's kind of one of these guys. Okay. He doesn't own his own place. Okay. Doesn't own his own place. He's squatting in someone else's place. He's the baddest guy in that squatted home, and he has to rent a jet to take photographs of himself. Okay, so he bills himself as this you know this ruler who's jet setting around the world. You know, he takes Jesus to all places of the world and says, "These are mine to give to whoever I want." Well, they're not really his. He's squatting. Alexis says, so an LA influencer. Exactly. Yeah. Satan is an LA influencer. He's no more than that. In fact, when it comes to his final comeuppance in the book of Revelation, they'll look at him and go, they see him falling from the sky and they go, who's this? And the implication in the text is, wait, we were afraid of this? This nobody? Yeah. Mama, Satan is a flim-flamming, narcissistic bum. Yeah. Yeah, he is. Alexis, who's that loser? Yeah, that's exactly the implications, what you get from the book of Revelation when he falls. Who's this bum? Yeah. Yeah. And just like an influencer, he has an image as, who can disguise himself as an angel of light. He's not an angel of light, but he can disguise himself as one. But the reality under the image is he's a bum. And squatter. We're not going to let him get away without knowing that. So, AT Ministries, I think your aunt should not listen to false prophets. Just saying. Okay? Okay. Next one from AT Ministries for $1.99. Did you see IP's Exodus stream today? No, I didn't. I didn't see it today. I wasn't even aware he was doing one. So, didn't see it. Don't know what he said. Okay. We'll check it out later. We'll see what we All right. Next one here is from Johnny Moe for $5. Thank you for the super chat. Under historic premillennialism, is there a distinction between the church and Israel? Try to learn more about that view, having only been taught dispensationalism. Okay, that's a bit of a difficult question to answer for a couple reasons. Historically, historic premillennialism has made a distinction between the church. Mouse probably, yeah. Has made a distinction between the church and Israel, but it's not a necessary connection. In fact, when I've looked at this, I have never seen a justification in historic premillennialism why there has to be a distinction between the church and Israel. Now, I've seen a lot of this. That just seems to be an artifact of, say, the interreligious tension that was happening between Christians and Israel at the time. Historic premillennialism was very popular at the time of the early church fathers. And it was also a time when there was a lot of tension and interreligious violence between the church and Judaism. Okay? So it's not surprising that would have crept into their eschatology. But I don't see I have never found a compelling reason why that has to be. So, I think you can hold to the view that historic premillennialism doesn't have to make that distinction. But I know historically it has. But again, is it a necessary connection? Can you believe historic premillennialism without a distinction between the church and Israel? Yeah, I think so. Okay. But historically there has been. Okay. So that's sort of what we know about this. Anyway, thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciated. Okay, Aston Weir for $4.99. Thank you for the super chat. I see you finally used one of my questions for a short. Yeah, we do that on occasion. Okay, next one here from Johnny Moe, who became a Seth level YouTube member. Thank you very much for supporting the channel. We really appreciate it. I'm going to see what the follow up on this one here. So we got a $1 super chat from Vermin the Trash Red. It's 7:21, so I got to go back and find out what the follow-up is to this. Take a couple minutes here to scroll back. Yep, I know it's going to be super chat below, but it just takes me a couple minutes to scroll back through all the live chat to get there. I did get the timestamp, so it's at 7:21. It's just... there's not a fast way to scroll through this quickly. There, getting close. Okay, 7:21. Okay, 7:20. All right, I found it. Okay, yeah, this is the self-ending at one. Okay. He asks, I have a friend who wishes to commit self-annihilation due to his belief that if he ends it all, he will see whether or not there is a Jesus Christ and finally have that assurance. Easy. Okay. All right. Now, we got to be very careful about this question. Because it will run afoul of community guidelines. Okay? So we have to be very careful of how we address this issue, okay? It is one of the topics that... self-ending is one of the topics that YouTube will flag and does not like discussion of. However, with that said, ending one's life is never the answer. It's never the answer. It's not a proper exercise of faith. It's a lost opportunity to serve God. This is not the way to get assurance. Okay? It's just not the way to do it. The way to get assurance is to live an effective life for Christ. That's how you get assurance. You walk by faith, not die in faith. All right? The fact is, my faith has been built more by what I've seen happen around me. God working through my life than would have ever been achieved by ending my life. So this is not a responsible or ethical way of getting assurance. Okay? So this is I mean, here's the thing. It's like this. God gives you the gift of life. Let's put it in a monetary figure, okay? Let's say he gives you $100. Okay? He gives you $100 for your life. He doesn't want you to blow that wad of $100 on one thing. He wants you to spend that one quarter at a time. He wants you to live out that life. One quarter at a time. You have to exercise faith at this point, spend a quarter. You got another point where you have to live by faith, spend another quarter. He wants you to spend it piecemeal, over time. Because God glorifies in your weakness. Not in your strength. Not even in your assurance. Sometimes God works best in your doubt. It's a terrible reason to end it. And if he is seriously considering ending it, He needs to talk to a professional, okay? A mental health professional at this point. If he's serious about this and he's got a plan to do this, he needs immediate psychiatric medical attention. Yeah, he needs psychiatric. He needs the help of a professional now. That's when you call a self-ending assistance hotline and get them in on the act. Okay. Yeah, Paul said, there were those who wasn't Paul who said that. It was, I think, the centurion who said, Lord, help my unbelief. Yeah. But if he's seriously considering this and he's got a plan, get the professionals involved right now. Do not stop. Do not go collect 200. Call a suicide prevention hotline immediately. They're professionals. They know how to help. Get them involved. Because that's serious. That is really, really serious. All right? So this is one of those things where you need a professional that's trained in this specific thing right now. Okay? Yeah, but his friend is apparently also planning it. So that's if he's got a plan, that's where you got to get the professionals involved. Yeah, do not hesitate. I will agree with Alexis here. Do not hesitate either. Call them. Get them involved. Now. All right. Snatcher says, pretty sure Dr. Falk was actually objectively legally obligated to say that too. Actually, no, I'm not right now because I'm not a pastor. If I was a pastor, I would be objectively legally obligated to say that. But I'm not a pastor, so I'm not objectively legally obligated to say that. It's just really sound advice. All right. Next super chat is from AT Ministry for 199. Why is spelled brief in the thumbnail? Because sometimes I make spelling mistakes. I have since corrected it. Okay, I fixed it thanks to you pointing it out. But I do make spelling mistakes sometimes. Sometimes really serious ones. Okay. AT Ministries for 199. Thank you for the super chat. Today was payday, by the way. Laugh out loud. Love to see you all on Tuesday. Yep, absolutely. Tuesday's going to be another blast. We're going to be doing that Assassin's Creed Origins playthrough, live play, and we really appreciate that. So, we hope you can all join us Tuesday, 4 p.m. It'll be fun. Okay, Jack Ray, TikTok, time to roll, $5. Thank you for the super chat. And thank you for your support of the channel. We really appreciate it. It really helps to keep the lights on and food on the table. And since we are full-time now, we do depend upon that. So we appreciate your support of the channel. Thank you so very much. Jack Ray gifted the channel 10 memberships. Thank you so much. We appreciate that. Okay, the next one is from BC here for $5 Australian. Thank you for the super chat. Does self-titling as a prophet or apostle instantly disqualify someone as a legitimate source of Christian doctrine? The quick answer of that is no. But it should raise eyebrows. Okay? There are some branches of Christianity that reuse the title of prophet or apostle as part of a ministerial title. I do happen to know at least of one branch of Pentecostalism where you have both prophets and apostles used as titles. in the same way that we would use, say, deacon and pastor. So, in those particular contexts, the meaning of apostle and prophet has been changed to more liturgical titles. So I don't think that using the title as prophet or apostle is an instant disqualifier. Okay? Now, self-titling could be a problem. If you're giving yourself a title, ooh, yeah, don't do that. Don't do that. There's nothing wrong with Mr. or Mrs., okay? But don't give yourself titles just to pump yourself up, okay? Again, a self-titling would raise a red flag. It would raise a red flag. The title itself does not raise a red flag, again, because it depends upon your particular liturgical tradition. In some liturgical traditions, it is appropriate. But again, it is again, you should judge these every person based upon their doctrine. Okay? Every religious figure should be judged based upon their doctrine. If their doctrine isn't good, it doesn't matter what their title is. You shouldn't consult them as a teacher. So it's going to circle right back to what the doctrine is. Whether or not it's a legitimate source of Christian doctrine. Somebody with no title at all could have perfectly good and sound teaching. Absolutely. Somebody who self-titles might not be so sound. So, again, it's going to depend. Not all titles are instant disqualifiers here. Self-titling is definitely a red flag. But again, it's always going to come back to what the doctrine actually is. But anyway, I hope that helps. Thank you for the super chat. Very much appreciated. Okay. Now we finally got to the beginning of the live stream. Scholar with a sword for $5. Thank you for the super chat. Will we ever be able to physically prove an exodus beyond reasonable doubt, like the tablets mentioning the conquest or the 10th plague? Okay. Plagues are really difficult to nail down anyway. We know that Egypt had many plagues. We know this because the Hittites tell us this. But nailing it down to a specific plague is always going to be really, really difficult. Tablets mentioning the conquest, again, difficult. Will we ever have physical proof beyond reasonable doubt? Well, I already think we're at that point where we are at an exodus beyond reasonable doubt. Unreasonable doubt, there's almost lots of room for unreasonable doubt. Unreasonable doubts are plentiful. I mean, you can keep coming up with unreasonable doubts till the cows come home. Okay? So, there's more than enough physical evidence to show that something happened between the mid-19th dynasty and 1217 BC. And that something involved a lot of people disappearing from a certain location in Egypt and reappearing in the during the reign of Merneptah in Canaan. I wonder what that could be. So now we're in sort of we're getting to that point now where we've tipped the balance from the sort of less than 50% probability to the greater than 50% probability. Yeah. Alexis, wonder what happened. Cody McGee, the classic disappearing Semite trick. Oldest trick in the scroll. That is funny. So, as far as I'm concerned at this point, if you take say an inductive argument and all the evidence, not just the little bits you like, but all of it, you're already at a plus over 50% probability at this point. So, because you're at an over percent probability, that's in the range of reasonable doubt. Okay. Beyond reasonable doubt. Now you can always go into the beyond unreasonable doubt, and there's no, as I said, no limit to how you can pile on unreasonable doubts. Now, converse the problem though is once you start appealing to unreasonable doubts, you then increase cognitive load. So basically, you have to start balancing all these unreasonable doubts together, and you start getting this problem where the unreasonable doubts start conflicting with each other. That creates a cognitive load that you have to keep sort of building up upon. And once you get into that cognitive load, then you are just, at that point, ignoring the most parsimonious explanation and going for the doubt. As I like to say, there's always a difference between error and doubt. Okay. What we have right now is the evidence where we can have some possibility of error. Now, what's the difference between error and doubt? Let's take a sharpshooter example, okay? You get a Navy SEALs marksman with a sniper rifle. And that sniper rifle has a certain barreling that causes the bullet to wander. The scope has got a certain amount of error in its placement and its calibration. Combined together with the error of the marksman, you can get a certain circle of hits on a target. Okay? That's error. Is that difference in the width of the circle of the shots. Okay? Doubt is more like giving the same weapon to a drunken teenager. That circle's gonna be all over the place. I mean, he's lucky if he's gonna hit the target. So that's sort of the difference between error and doubt. Is, you've refined the data down to a certain subset that has a small cluster. And you can infer something from that cluster. Doubt, the data is everywhere. You've hit the car, you've hit the barn, you've hit the gopher by accident. The one thing you haven't hit is the target. All right, so, will we be able to prove it physically? I mean, proof is such a high standard. Beyond a reasonable doubt, well, it's already at beyond reasonable doubt, but we're at the point of unreasonable doubts at this point. So, anyway, thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciate it. Okay, BC for $5 Australian. He says, without an Exodus, we still need to explain the nation of Israel. Yeah. In the late, 12th century, or 13th century, early 12th, all these Israelite villages just pop out of nowhere. Funny that. They stop eating pig. Funny that. They start having their own ceramic fabrics. Funny that. They start showing up with 4-room houses. Funny that. And he asks, what do you think is the second most reasonable explanation, assuming there is one? Really difficult once you start looking at the Egyptian patterns. I remember hearing Ron Hendel talk about how there's no evidence of any Egyptian cultural thing being used by early Israelites. Oh, that's just crazy. That's just absolutely nuts. So, where do we find prior to that 12th century, late 12th century, or late 13th century, the four-room house? We find it in Egypt. We find it in Avaris. Where do we find the prohibition on eating pig? Well, it's not among the Canaanites. It's not among the Philistines. Not among the Moabites or the Edomites. Where else are they not eating pig? Egypt. There's just, half of the purity rituals from Israelite culture. They're Egyptian. The furniture design, Egyptian. So it's just like, the second most reasonable explanation, I mean, gee. You might have to say then, probably the second most, I mean, if you ignore all of that, second most reasonable explanation might be maybe an infiltration from, say, Amorites, okay? But that's sort of really, that's, ooh. You would have to ignore an awful lot of evidence to get there, okay? But that would be what you'd have to do, ultimately. It's just ignore huge amounts of evidence just to arrive at that conclusion. I don't think an internal origin of the Israelites is reasonable. I don't think it's a good explanation. The next best would probably be an Amorite infiltration. Essentially, basically, a second wave of Amorites that come across the Arnon. Okay, let's take that. He asks, were those made part of the law for the Israelites in order to set them apart from the Canaanite culture? I think so. Yeah. I think much of the law for the Israelites came down to two things. Basically, they're coming out of Egypt, and I think what's happening is that at Sinai, they're basically being told, what's good, what's bad. Keep this, discard that. Okay, so Egyptians didn't eat pig. Good. Keep doing that. Egyptians boinked anything that moved. Don't do that. Okay? Don't boink your neighbor's wife like the Egyptians did. That's bad. So it's one of those things where, there's a winnowing. There's a winnowing of good and bad practices. Some are good, some are maintained. When you go up to the tabernacle or the temple, bathe, put on clean clothes. Egyptians did the same thing. Good. Don't steal your neighbor's stuff like the Egyptians did. All right. So, there is that winnowing of culture. They're having to sort of take on, say, yeah, Alexis, take a shower or you stink up the hot temples. Yeah, that's probably truer than we ever want to realize. Man, temples were awful. I mean, they're better than tombs. Okay, better than tombs, better than pyramids. But if you were spending all day in a temple, yeah, it could probably smell pretty bad. All right. So let's get back here to the super chats. Scroll up here. There's one here from AT Ministries from 199 that looks like we missed. Are elders pastors? Is there a biblical distinction? Okay. there's no biblical distinction between elders and pastors. Okay. Elders have all the qualifications of a pastor, at least they should. And the Bible makes no distinction between an elder, bishop, and what would be then called pastor. Now, the term pastor does not appear in the Bible, but it's very, very clear that there is a difference between the two. Okay, as far as say, there's no serious difference between say pastors and elders. Okay, so there would be one of those things that it's one of those things where say elders are essentially have the responsibility to teach. They're supposed to teach. They are supposed to rebuke, correct, and basically train in righteousness. So, okay, so with that said, thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciate it, and I hope that helped. Okay. The next one here is from Scholar with a Sword for $5. Thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciated. How are we able to tell if numbers in the Old Testament are literal or not? Like Jacob's 12 or 13 sons versus 40 years in the Bible, wild, or Numbers 1, 20 to 21. Okay. Context. Context is really helpful, okay? Now, in the case of the 40 years, we know that's an idiom. 40 years is an idiom. It's used in ancient Near Eastern literature, like in the Moabite stela. So we know that's an idiom. So we have to be very careful when, say, 40 is used, not to necessarily take that literally. So when you got something like 40, or even sometimes 12, you can't always assume it's literal. So that's going to be a continual problem here. As far as, say, the census of numbers, like Numbers 1, let's see, what does that text say, just to remember. Numbers 1, yeah, this is a sample of the of that census here. Their number tribe, the tribe of Reuben, were 46,500. There's multiple interpretations of numbers, so unfortunately the censuses are a controversial issue. There's a genre interpretation. There's the literal interpretation, of course. There is the clan interpretation. There's a hero or soldier interpretation. There's a lot of interpretations to this. So it can be difficult to determine what is a literal number and what is not. Okay, in some cases, it's obvious. Other cases, it's not so obvious. When you're dealing with numbers like 7, 12, and 40, and their multiples, it can often be an idiomatic or symbolic figure. That's very true. Context will help, but context won't always provide you with the answer here. So, and in the case of, say, the census, there's a lot of various factors here that sort of muddy the waters here, so we don't know for sure. Okay. So, anyway, thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciate it, and I hope that helps. Just going to make a note here. Okay, I'll make sure. Okay, the next one here is from Juan, who's been a member for 3 months. Thank you very much for the super chat. 99% of academics misuse Foucault, Derrida, Deleuze, postmodernism. I think you would like the framework on post-structuralism for ancient history. Maybe, maybe not. I haven't looked at post-structuralism too much, so I can't really say. It might work for ancient history. I don't know. I'll have to take a look at it further. So anyway, thank you for the question or the comment. Really appreciate it. Juan for $2. Thoughts on Hyperborea? I have to look up exactly what that is, because I don't know off the top of my head. Okay. It's a mythological people. Basically, it looks like it's a part of Greek legend of people who lived in the north. I know nothing about this. This is not this is not something I get into, really. Okay. Alexis, it sounds like a type of cheese. Well, makes sense to me. Yeah, I have no knowledge of this. It's I mean, it's a mythical northern people in Greek culture and mythology. I have nothing to say about this. This is something that's sort of outside of my wheelhouse entirely. So, uh, thank you very much for the super chat. Can't say much about it though. Okay, the next one here is a very generous super chat from Mama here for $50. Thank you very much for the super chat. Twofold. To celebrate my 21st wedding anniversary today. Wow. Wow, congratulations. Wow, 21 years is quite an achievement. To help cover one of those scholarly journals for you, well, thank you very much for the super chat. So that you can parse and present all that sweet, sweet knowledge. My awesome husband goes to bed early, but he'll see this in the replay. Well, thank him for us. We really appreciate it. We appreciate you being on the channel with us and supporting our channel in this way. It's very generous, and we do very much appreciate it. Thank you so very much. Okay, we're starting to get to the end of the super chats here, so then we'll take some non-super chats, and then we'll call it a night. Okay. As a Weird for $4.99, thank you for the super chat. Mwahaha! I posted before the cutoff. Now I sponsor 5 non-super chats. We've got so many non-super chats sponsored, it isn't even funny at this point. Like 10 sponsored so far. But we're not going to do them all, okay? Just because we don't have time. All right, Slam RN for $10. Thank you for the super chat. Are the Hyksos the actual Israelites? I've seen some suggest the Exodus was merely a splitting of an empire, not a rebellion of slaves. Hopefully makes sense for Dylan Biggs. Okay. No. Okay, the Hyksos are not actual Israelites. They're Amorites. Israelites are also Amorites, but not all Amorites are Israelites. Okay, I hope that makes it clear. So you've got Amorites who are Israelites, Amorites that are not Israelites. Hyksos are Amorites, but they're not Israelites. Now, some of the Hyksos will intermarry with the Israelites, and they will be part of the Israelite nation. So, you will get some of the mixed multitude who are Amorites that will join the Israelites. Okay? It's Itis, yeah, Jack Ray. Okay. They didn't split off from the empire, though. The fact is that by the time of the Exodus, the Hyksos kingdom is no more. It really has ceased to be by about 1530. 1530 sees the end of the Hyksos as a viable political force. Okay. Ahmose the First really destroys all the Hyksos holdings. Okay, to the extent that Ahmose the First will follow the Hyksos into Canaan to give them a good beating at Gaza. Okay, so so it's more than the Israelites are more than just a part of the Hyksos. They're coming in already when the Hyksos have been established. Okay, so they don't come in till the Israelites don't come in until around 1666, a little after then. And it's after that point they're part of, say, the second wave. The Israelites are part of the second wave of immigration into the Egyptian Delta. They're not part of that first wave. The Hyksos are actually part of that first wave. So they're part of that first wave of Amorites that come into the Nile Delta. And they come in during the first intermediate period. Joseph and his family are not going to come in until the second intermediate period. So there's more than just, say, one wave of immigration. There's actually two waves. There's actually even a third wave that happens sometime later on, but that's really beyond what we need to talk about here. Nevertheless, when the Israelites leave, the Hyksos are already long gone. They've already been gone for hundreds of years by the time that the Israelites, pick up and leave during the Exodus. So it's not a splitting of an empire, and it's not it's really a entire city of slaves that are picking up and leaving at that point, at least mostly slaves. So anyway, I hope that helped. Thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciated. Okay, thank you to Jack Ray for 10 memberships. We really appreciate the support of the channel. Get back here to where we left off. See, we didn't lose one here. We really appreciate your support of the channel. We very much appreciate it. Next one here. We'll have 1128. Okay, the next super chat here is a super sticker here from SDRC for 91,126 $2. Thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciated. Thank you for the support. We really appreciate your support of the channel and very much appreciate it. And then Jack Ray for another 10 memberships. We really appreciate, again, your support. And really appreciate that you've been, working alongside us to bring all this information out to people. So thank you so very much. I think, is that the final one of the night? Yes, that is the final super chat of the night. So now we are going to do a couple of non-super chats, and then we're going to call it a night just because we are just, it's midnight already. Okay, we just got to call it. All right, so I will take a few non-super chats. Let's go up here. SDRC 92126 asks, how much of the Bible would you say is anti-against Gnosticism? Relatively little. Gnosticism is a development out of Egyptian religion. It's not really an Israelite religion. So it doesn't really talk about it all that much. Now, there's a lot in the Bible that you can infer that's against Gnosticism. That's for sure. But the Bible itself really only tangentially discusses Gnosticism in the New Testament, and really only in a tangential way. It really doesn't. It's not until you really get into the Church Fathers that Gnosticism becomes a problem. And it's not like there wasn't Gnosticism before the New Testament. There certainly was. In fact, it looks like there was Gnosticism going back at least 100 or 200 years before the New Testament. But it's just not a polemic, because it's not something that was readily believed in, say, in its time. So you really don't get Gnosticism becoming a problem for Christianity until, say, roughly mid-2nd century. Oh yeah, Mama says, I did not know Gnosticism had its roots in Egypt. Oh yeah, it's a totally an Egyptian religion. Yeah, it's totally an Egyptian religion. It's a combination of Platonic thought plus Egyptian mystery religion. So it's kind of like basically the Egyptianizing, the religious Egyptianizing of Platonic thought. That's essentially Gnosticism in a nutshell. All right, so that's our first non-super chat. Let's go on to a second one here. Right now, scanning for super chats. The dude says started with Thoth, if memory serves. Yeah, very much likely that it was started with the Thoth cult. The Thoth cult remained very much of that sort of mystery religion. You see very similar structure of Gnostic dialectic in, say, stuff like the Book of Thoth. Very, very similar in its structure and readings. Rolling up here. Not finding those cues. Okay, I've got some here. I've got a few here now. Okay, Darkblade asks, will two people from different cultural backgrounds reporting seeing different things from the same ghost sighting? Yes, they will. Like, for example, let's say you get a group of teenagers, okay? We know, for example, one of the most interesting facts about ghost sightings is that 90% of people will report ghosts not having shoes or feet. Why this is, we don't know. The exception to this is if the person is obsessed with shoes. Like, for example, you get some fashionista who sees a ghost sighting. He will tell you right down the detail what shoes and socks the ghost is wearing. Along describing the buttons. Okay. So, so, you will get, for example, there are such things as community ghost sightings. Communal ghost sightings, where more than one person will see a ghost at the same time. This does happen. This is a phenomena. And you will get people who see the same entity describe it in different ways. And sometimes radically different ways, depending on the cultural context of the person involved. Now, one of the problems with communal sightings is oftentimes the contexts are very similar. people tend to congregate in groups of people like themselves. So you do tend to get sightings that tend to be very similar, but they will be different in specific details. Again, if you've got a group of teenagers and one girl is into shoes, that ghost will be seen with shoes up in her account, almost guaranteed. But that's definitely a contextual thing. Okay. Darkblade, do you own a bunny, or does the bunny own a bunny own you? A bunny owns me. Definitely. No doubt about that. Ah, okay. Let's take that question here from Vermin the Trash Rat. How is beyond reasonable doubt defined? Okay. Beyond reasonable doubt. Now, first of all, let's take what reasonable doubt is. We first of all have sort of discussed what a doubt is already. A doubt is a reason to disbelieve. That's a doubt. A reasonable doubt is a doubt that any reasonable, rational person would have. Okay? So that's the definition of a reasonable doubt. Somebody that a normal, rational, even thinking person would hold. Okay? So that's a reasonable doubt. Beyond reasonable doubt is just a kind of a way of saying that every reasonable, even thinking, neutral, not non-biased person would hold. So there's no doubt at that point that a reasonable person would hold. That would say, doubt this. Okay? So that's what is meant by beyond reasonable doubt. Now, that doesn't preclude unreasonable doubts. That doesn't preclude wild doubts. Okay? You can have all sorts of, a doubt can have many degrees. Okay? Defined by, say, one's horizon of evidence. And horizon is basically what is the scope that you would permit as evidence. Somebody with a small horizon of evidence would not let in much evidence. Basically, their standard of evidence is so high that you cannot infiltrate that with say, reasonable evidence. But beyond reasonable doubt is essentially the idea that any person who's, as I said, even-minded, who is, typical or normative, who has a good sense of what's reasonable and what's unreasonable, wouldn't doubt in this particular case. So that's what's meant here. Okay, so anyway, thank you for that question. I hope it helps. All right, we'll do one more, and then we're going to call it a night here. Go back here, and one more, and then we'll call it a night. So let's see if we can find. All right, we'll take this one from Darkblade. Again, Darkblade seems to be the winner here of the non-super chats for the end of the night here. So, but this is a good question. Darkblade asks, did kings also kill their sisters? I think that's actually a pretty interesting question. The answer's no. Okay. There's a couple reasons why sisters were not killed, say, upon the brother ascending a throne. Okay. One, sisters could be married off for royal marriages to secure treaties. Okay. Not as good as daughters, but if you don't have daughters, sisters are the next best thing. We do have some instances where kings secured treaties with sisters. they tend to be the right age too. Okay, so Alexis, hooray for unequal rights. It had advantages at times. Okay. The second thing is, sisters pose no threat to the throne. A sister could not set up a dynasty. Sister did not have military affiliations. So, unless the woman was particularly connected with the court, and that did sometimes happen, Hatshepsut, the chance of a sister usurping the throne was very small. Okay? Very, very small. So it was very unlikely that a sister could establish a dynasty, marshal military support, or basically, create a progeny that would carry on her name as such. Okay? So, sisters weren't a threat. Brothers were. There was always that chance, if you left a brother alive, that he would come and, steal the throne. Okay, so that answers that question. We did say that was going to be the last question, but Jack Ray asked one final question. That because he's Jack Ray, we're going to answer. Okay, because Jack Ray is very generous to us, so we want to make sure we are deferent to that. He asks, did women get beatings in Egypt too? Oh, yeah. Oh, yes. Women were not excluded from the beatings in Egypt. The Egyptians were equal opportunity abusers. Okay? They would be... we have examples from the tomb robbery papyri where the citizenesses, which is just a title of a woman of high rank and status, would get beaten. Beaten in the same way that they would beat men. Right? So, if the police came to your door and you were a woman, you could expect a beating. That's Egypt for you. Okay? So, Mama laughing because he's Jack Ray. Alexis, nay for equal beating rights. All right, so with that said, we're going to call it a night. I want to thank everyone for joining us tonight. We had some great questions tonight, a lot of deep questions. We want to thank you all for watching. We want to thank you all those who support the channel through your super chats and your donations through PayPal. Really helps us out. We do appreciate it. Thank you so very much. We also want to thank our membership members, both our Patreon. Guys, Octavius, you get a beating. You get a beating. You all get beatings. Ancient Egyptian Oprah. Whoa. Ooh. That's funny. In all the wrong ways, but it's funny. We're tired and punchy, and that's too funny. Alexis, she would have been a menace in Egypt. That's Oprah. Cody, that's Oprah. That's a wonderful note to end on. Okay, so we want to thank all our membership subscribers, both on Patreon and on YouTube. We also want to thank our regular subscribers who view our videos and who hit that like button and subscribe button with the bell, and who share our videos on other social media platforms, because that gets the word out. With that said, thank you very much for watching. We're glad you could join us tonight, and we'll see you next time on Ancient Egypt and the Bible.